Hey there, storytellers and story lovers. This is Imagine Verse. Prepare yourselves for today's incredible narrative. What if Harry Potter reincarnated in The Witcher as the supreme mage and fell in love with Yennefer and Ciri? A quick reminder: your likes, comments, and subscriptions are the fuel that keeps this channel running. Thank you for being awesome. Let's begin this journey together. Chapter 1. The twice-born mage. The silver chalice shattered against the stone wall, spraying wine like blood across the tapestries. Henrik didn't flinch as the nobleman's face contorted with rage. You dare refuse me? Do you know who I am? Lord Dravik's jowls quivered, his small eyes narrowing to slits. Henrik absently traced a finger along the spine of an ancient tome while studying the man before him. The Temerian noble had stormed into his tower at dawn, demanding a love potion to ensnare the daughter of a rival house. Typical. I know precisely who you are, Lord Dravik. Henrik's voice remained steady, betraying nothing of his inner contempt. Which is why I'm certain you can appreciate my position. I don't create potions that override free will. The noble's hand flew to his sword hilt. Your position? You forget yourself, mage. Your kind exists to serve. Henrik sighed, memories from another life flickering behind his eyes. How many dark wizards had threatened him before? How many tyrants had believed power gave them the right to control others? Some things, it seemed, transcended worlds. My lord, Henrik said, a current of power subtly entering his voice. I suggest you reconsider drawing that blade. The air between them thickened as Henrik allowed a fraction of his power to manifest, not as an ostentatious display, but as a pressure that made breathing suddenly difficult. Lord Dravik's hand trembled, then fell away from his weapon. The Brotherhood will hear of this. He sputtered. Henrik smiled thinly. I'm sure they will. Give Philippa my regards when you complain. After the nobleman's hasty departure, Henrik moved to the window of his tower. From this height, he could see most of Vizima, its streets already bustling with morning activity. 20 years in this world, and the sight still occasionally struck him as surreal. He pressed his palm against the cool glass, watching his breath fog the pain. 20 years since he'd awakened in the body of a newborn, the memories of his past life intact alongside his emerging consciousness in this one. Harry Potter was gone. That life played out to its natural conclusion after Voldemort's defeat. Yet here he was, reborn as Henrik of House Torvin, with magic that operated on fundamentally different principles but responded to his will in ways that baffled the mages who discovered him. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Enter, he called, turning from the window. His apprentice, Kenna, stepped inside, her arms laden with herbs and reagents from the market. Master Henrik, I've returned with everything on your list, except the Drowner Brain. The herbalist said there haven't been any witchers through town in weeks. Henrik nodded, taking the basket from her. That's fine. We can substitute with grave hag hair for the protection amulets. And, she hesitated, there was talk in the market. A sorceress has arrived at court. Oh? Henrik sorted through the herbs, feigning disinterest. Another of Foltest's advisors? No. Kenna's eyes widened. They say it's Yennefer of Vengerberg herself. Henrik's fingers stilled on a bundle of celandine. Yennefer. He'd heard the stories, of course, who hadn't? The powerful, beautiful, and utterly ruthless sorceress whose name was spoken with equal parts awe and trepidation throughout the northern kingdoms. I see, he said carefully. And what brings such an illustrious member of the lodge to our humble city? No one knows, Kenna replied. But the king has requested your presence at court this evening. Henrik sighed. Court politics, another aspect of this world that reminded him uncomfortably of his previous life. Replaced the Ministry of Magic with royal courts, and the pure-blood families with nobility, and the patterns remained distressingly similar. Very well, he said. Continue with the protection amulets. I'll prepare for court. Hours later, Henrik stood in King Foltest's great hall, observing the assembled courtiers from a strategic position near a column. Despite his status as the kingdom's premier mage, he preferred to remain on the periphery of these gatherings when possible. He sensed her before he saw her. A ripple of power, controlled but unmistakable, brushed against his magical awareness. Henrik turned his head slightly, and there she was. Yennefer of Vengerberg moved through the crowd with effortless grace, her presence commanding attention without seeming to seek it. Her legendary violet eyes surveyed the room with cool assessment, lips curved in the barest suggestion of a smile that revealed nothing of her thoughts. She was speaking with Duke Gervant, but Henrik noticed her attention wasn't fully engaged. She was scanning the room, searching for something, or someone. When her gaze landed on him, he felt a subtle magical probe, gentle but insistent, testing his defenses. Without breaking eye contact, Henrik allowed his own power to respond, not aggressively, but with firm boundaries. The equivalent of a courteous nod rather than a handshake. Surprise flickered across her perfect features before she masked it. With a few murmured words to the Duke, she began making her way toward Henrik. "The famous Henrik of Vizima," she said when she reached him, her voice melodious and rich. "I've heard a great deal about you." Henrik inclined his head. "Lady Yennefer, the honor is mine." "Is it?" One perfect eyebrow arched upward. "Most mages find my presence discomfiting. Most mages fear what they cannot control," Henrik replied. "I've long since abandoned such concerns." She studied him for a long moment. "Interesting. They said you were different, but they failed to mention how." "Different?" Henrik took 2 goblets of wine from a passing servant, offering one to her. "Different how?" "Your magic," she said, accepting the wine but not drinking. "It doesn't feel like anything I've encountered before." Henrik smiled. "I could say the same of yours, my lady." "Don't play coy," Yennefer said, lowering her voice. "You know exactly what I mean. Your chaos doesn't flow from the same source as ours. The Brotherhood has theories, of course. The Brotherhood has theories about everything," Henrik said dismissively. "Most of them wrong." A genuine smile touched her lips. "On that we agree." Before she could press further, a commotion at the hall's entrance drew their attention. A royal messenger burst in, face pale with urgency. He whispered something to the king, whose expression darkened immediately. "Henrik!" Foltest called. "Yennefer! To me, now." The 2 mages exchanged glances before making their way to the throne. Henrik noticed how the court parted before them, the fearful glances, the whispered speculations. Some things never changed, regardless of which world you lived in. Magic inspired both awe and terror in those without it. "There's been an incident at the old temple in the swamps," Foltest said without preamble. "Some kind of magical disaster. Several men dead, and strange energies detected." "What kind of strange energies?" Yennefer asked. The messenger swallowed. "The survivor said the air tore open. Said he saw another world through the tear, with 2 moons and creatures unlike anything on the continent." Henrik felt a cold weight settle in his stomach. Another world. Portal magic was common enough, but interdimensional tears? That struck too close to his own circumstances. "I need you both to investigate," Foltest continued. "Lady Yennefer, you arrived seeking information on unusual magical occurrences. It seems the gods have answered promptly. Henrik, as my court mage, this falls under your purview." "When did this happen?" Henrik asked. "Just after sunset," the messenger replied. "About an hour ago." "We should leave immediately," Yennefer said. "Such phenomena are often temporary." Henrik nodded. "I'll gather my equipment." "No time," she countered. "I can portal us there directly." "Very well," he conceded, though he disliked traveling through another's portal. In his experience, both lives' worth, magical transportation controlled by someone else rarely ended pleasantly. Within minutes they stood outside the castle as Yennefer prepared her spell. The night air was cool, stars emerging in the darkening sky above Vizima. "I assume you've been to this temple before?" she asked, her fingers weaving intricate patterns that left luminous trails in the air. "Many times," Henrik confirmed. "Good. Visualization aids the transition. The portal spiraled open before them, its edges crackling with contained chaos. After you, she said with the ghost of a smile. Henrik stepped through, the familiar yet always unsettling sensation of being simultaneously stretched and compressed washing over him. He emerged in ankle-deep swamp water, the ruins of the ancient temple looming before him. Moments later, Yennefer appeared at his side. The temple's facade bore fresh scorch marks. The stone steps leading to the entrance were cracked, with a fissure running up the center that hadn't been there during Henrik's last visit. But most disturbing was the atmosphere itself. The air felt wrong, like the moments before a devastating storm. You feel it? Yennefer asked quietly. Henrik nodded. The dimensional fabric is strained here. Something tore through. Or someone tried to tear through. She corrected, moving forward cautiously. They approached the entrance, Henrik conjuring a small light that hovered above his palm. The temple interior was in disarray. Ancient stone pillars had toppled, and the ceremonial altar at the center was split in two. 3 bodies lay scattered across the floor, their limbs contorted at impossible angles, faces frozen in expressions of terror. No physical wounds, Henrik noted, crouching beside one of the men. Their life force was extracted somehow. Yennefer moved to the altar, her fingers hovering above its surface without touching it. This is old magic. Preconjunction. Henrik joined her, extending his magical senses toward the stone. Images flashed through his mind, hooded figures arranged in a circle, chanting in a language that hurt his ears, a swirling vortex forming above the altar, and then, something reaching through from the other side. He pulled back with a sharp intake of breath. You saw it too? Yennefer's eyes were wide, a rare glimpse of vulnerability quickly masked. Yes. Henrik glanced around the temple, searching for physical evidence to confirm what his magical senses had revealed. They were trying to open a permanent gateway between worlds. Amateurs, Yennefer scoffed. The magical requirements alone would be enormous, Henrik finished. Unless they had a focus. Something, or someone, connected to another reality. Her violet eyes locked with his. Someone like you? The question hung between them, charged with suspicion and curiosity. What exactly have you heard about me, Lady Yennefer? Henrik asked carefully. Enough to pique my interest. She circled the broken altar, keeping him in her sights. A mage who appeared from nowhere, whose magical signature defies classification, who masters spells that should take decades to perfect in mere months. The Brotherhood has a file on you thicker than most kingdoms' tax records. Henrik laughed softly. I doubt most of it is flattering. Most of it is questions, she corrected. Questions I'm beginning to think you could answer, if you chose to. Before Henrik could respond, a subtle movement in the shadows caught his attention. He flung out his hand, power flowing instinctively. A barrier shimmered into existence just as an arrow would have struck Yennefer's back. It clattered harmlessly to the stone floor instead. We have company, he murmured. Yennefer spun around, chaos gathering at her fingertips. Show yourselves, she commanded. 6 figures emerged from various hiding places within the temple, men and women in dark robes emblazoned with an unfamiliar symbol, a spiral galaxy intersecting with a vertical line. The Supreme Mage honors us with his presence, one of them said, a tall woman with sharp features and eyes that gleamed with fanatical intensity. You've saved us considerable effort in tracking you down. Supreme Mage? Yennefer muttered, glancing at Henrik with raised eyebrows. Not my chosen title, he replied under his breath. The woman stepped forward. I am Madame Vex, Hierophant of the Convergence. We've waited long for this moment, Henrik of 2 worlds. Henrik felt Yennefer's surprise without looking at her. You've made a mistake, he said calmly to Vex. And killed 3 innocent men in the process. Necessary sacrifices, Vex replied. As will be required of you. I don't sacrifice well, Henrik said, power building around him like an invisible storm. Neither does my companion. Vex smiled. You misunderstand. We don't seek your death, merely your essence. The doorway requires one who has already traversed the Great Divide. With a sharp gesture from Vex, the cultists began chanting, their voices merging into a discordant hum that made the temple's very foundations vibrate. The air above the broken altar shimmered, reality beginning to fold in upon itself. Whatever they're doing, we need to stop it now, Yennefer said, drawing complex signs in the air. Henrik nodded. On my mark, target the altar, not the cultists. Yennefer's spell took form, a condensed ball of elemental fury hovering between her hands. Henrik closed his eyes briefly, reaching deep within himself where the memories of two lives met. He didn't channel chaos like other mages of this world. His magic stemmed from that unique intersection, drawing power from his very essence as a being of two realities. Now! He shouted. They struck simultaneously. Yennefer's spell arced toward the altar in a blaze of violet fire, while Henrik thrust both hands forward, releasing a pulse of pure force that distorted space itself. The combined magics collided with the altar just as the cultist's spell reached its crescendo. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then the temple erupted. The magical backlash flung Henrik and Yennefer backward. Stone and debris rained down as the temple's remaining supports gave way. Henrik managed to throw up a shield around them both as they slammed into the far wall. When the dust settled, half the temple had collapsed. The cultists lay scattered and unconscious among the rubble, but Madame Vex was nowhere to be seen. That, Yennefer said, brushing debris from her dress as she got to her feet, was not the subtle investigation I imagined Foltest had in mind. Henrik rose more slowly, his head pounding from the magical exertion. No, but it was effective. Was it? She gestured to the destruction around them. We have no idea what they were truly attempting. Their leader has escaped, and now we have to explain to the king why one of his historical landmarks is in ruins. We know they call themselves the Convergence, Henrik pointed out. And they're clearly interested in interdimensional travel. And you, Yennefer added pointedly. They seem quite interested in you, Supreme Mage. Henrik sighed. A ridiculous title I've never used nor encouraged. And yet it exists. She stepped closer, studying his face with unnerving intensity. As does their belief that you're from another world. The moment stretched between them, taut with unasked questions. We should secure these cultists for questioning, Henrik finally said, moving toward the nearest unconscious figure. Yennefer didn't follow immediately. You know, she said, her voice softer than before. In my experience, those with the most fascinating secrets are also those most skilled at changing the subject. Henrik looked back at her, allowing himself a small smile. In that, Lady Yennefer, I suspect we are very much alike. Something shifted in her expression, a recognition, perhaps, or the beginning of understanding. She nodded once, then moved to help him with the unconscious cultists. They worked methodically, binding the survivors with both physical restraints and magical wards. Henrik examined the symbol on their robes more closely. The spiral intersected by a vertical line seemed vaguely familiar, though he couldn't place why. This design, he muttered. I've seen something like it before. Yennefer glanced over. It resembles notations in some older texts on theoretical plane walking, academic nonsense mostly, from before the conjunction of spheres was properly understood. Perhaps not so nonsensical after all, Henrik replied, pocketing a small medallion bearing the same symbol that he'd removed from one of the cultists. As they finished securing the last of the prisoners, a noise from the temple entrance drew their attention. Torchlight flickered as a contingent of Foltest soldiers arrived, led by Captain Marek. By the gods, Marek exclaimed, taking in the devastation. What happened here? A magical confrontation, Yennefer stated simply. These individuals were attempting a dangerous ritual. We intervened. Successfully, it appears, Marek said, eyeing the collapsed temple doubtfully. The structure was unstable to begin with, Henrik offered. Captain, these people require transport to the castle dungeons for questioning. They're part of a cult called the Convergence. As the soldiers began moving the prisoners, Henrik noticed Yennefer staring at the broken altar, her brow furrowed in concentration. Something wrong? He asked quietly, joining her. The magical residue, she murmured. It's changing. Adapting. Henrik extended his senses toward the altar and felt it immediately. The chaotic energies weren't dissipating as they should, but rather reorganizing, like a wounded creature healing itself. That shouldn't be possible, he said. No, Yennefer agreed. It shouldn't. Before they could investigate further, the ground beneath them trembled. A jagged crack appeared in the floor, extending from the altar toward the temple's rear wall. Everyone out! Henrik shouted to the soldiers. Now! The men needed no further urging, hastily dragging the bound cultists toward the entrance. Henrik and Yennefer backed away more slowly, their attention fixed on the widening crack. It's still trying to complete the ritual, Yennefer realized. Using the residual energy. We need to contain it, Henrik said. He moved forward against the growing tremors, hands outstretched toward the crack. What are you doing? Yennefer demanded. That level of chaos could kill you. I've handled worse, Henrik replied, thinking briefly of Horcruxes and Hallows from another lifetime. But I could use your help. She hesitated only a moment before stepping to his side. What do you need? Channel your power through me, he said. I'll shape it. Her eyebrows shot up. That's incredibly dangerous. The magical feedback alone, I know. He cut her off. Trust me. Their eyes met, violet to green, 2 lifetimes of caution warring against the imminent threat. Finally, she nodded. Don't make me regret this, she warned, placing her hands on his shoulders from behind. The moment she made contact, Henrik felt her power flow into him, raw, potent chaos tinged with the distinctive signature that was uniquely Yennefer. It coursed through him like lightning, seeking release. Most mages would have been overwhelmed, but Henrik's dual nature provided a unique advantage. He could act as conduit and transformer both. He shaped her chaos with his will, blending it with his own power, and directed the combined force toward the crack in reality. Instead of trying to seal it directly, he created a containing field around it, a bubble of stabilized magic that would allow the tear to exhaust itself naturally. The effort was tremendous. Sweat poured down Henrik's face, his muscles trembling with strain. Behind him, Yennefer's breath came in short gasps as she continued channeling power into him. Gradually, the trembling subsided. The crack stopped spreading, its edges glowing with a dull blue light as Henrik's containment field took hold. After several more tense moments, the light faded, and the crack began to close on its own. Henrik released the spell, his legs nearly buckling beneath him. Yennefer's grip on his shoulders tightened, supporting him. That, she said breathlessly, was not standard spell casting. No, Henrik agreed, too exhausted for pretense. It wasn't. You used me as a power source, but you didn't channel chaos the way a normal mage would. Her voice held equal parts accusation and fascination. What are you? Henrik turned to face her, knowing the moment had come for at least partial honesty. Someone who doesn't belong here, he said simply. Or perhaps belongs here now more than anywhere else. Before Yennefer could respond, Captain Marek called from the entrance. Master Henrik. Lady Yennefer. Are you unharmed? We're fine, Captain. Henrik called back. The danger has passed. Have your men secure the site. No one enters until further notice. As they made their way out of the ruined temple, Yennefer kept pace beside him. This conversation isn't over, she said quietly. I didn't expect it would be, Henrik replied. But perhaps we could continue it somewhere with less debris and more wine? A hint of a smile touched her lips. That would be acceptable. Though I warn you, I'm considerably more persistent after a glass or two. I wouldn't expect anything less from the famous Yennefer of Vengerberg. Henrik's private study was a stark contrast to the formal receiving room where he met most visitors. Where that space projected the expected image of a court mage, imposing bookshelves, carefully arranged artifacts, and strategically placed enchanted items to impress the uninitiated, his study reflected the man himself. Books lay open across every surface, sorted by subject rather than appearance. A large workbench dominated one wall, cluttered with alchemical equipment and half-finished experiments. Star charts and maps covered another wall, many marked with notations in a script Yennefer didn't recognize. Most telling were the personal touches: a carved wooden stag on the mantelpiece, a small framed sketch of a young man and woman Henrik had never mentioned, and oddest of all, a weathered broomstick mounted reverently above the fireplace. Henrik noticed her studying it as he poured wine into 2 goblets. An unusual decoration for a mage, she observed, accepting the offered drink. A reminder, he said simply, settling into an armchair and gesturing for her to take its twin opposite him. Yennefer sat gracefully, arranging her skirts. Of what? Freedom. Henrik took a sip of his wine. The feeling of moving through air untethered to the ground. You could simply levitate if you missed flying so much, she pointed out. Henrik smiled. It's not the same. But then, few things ever are. The fire crackled between them, casting dancing shadows across the room. Outside, rain had begun to fall, pattering against the tower windows. The convergence, Yennefer said after a comfortable silence. Have you encountered them before tonight? No, Henrik replied. Though I've heard whispers of a cult seeking doorways between worlds. I dismissed it as the usual magical fanaticism. A mistake, it seems. Clearly. He leaned forward. But you didn't come to Vizima because of random cultists. What brought you here, Yennefer? She studied him over the rim of her goblet. Reports of unusual magical phenomena. Specifically, events that suggested reality distortions similar to what we witnessed tonight. And these reports led you to Temeria? To me? Not directly. She set her wine down. I've been tracking these occurrences for months. They've happened throughout the northern kingdoms, a pattern of increasing frequency and intensity. Vizima was simply the next logical location. Because of me? Henrik asked, keeping his expression neutral. Because of the ley line convergence beneath the city, she corrected. But your presence here, that's an interesting coincidence. You don't strike me as someone who believes in coincidences. Yennefer's lips curved into a smile. No more than you do, I suspect. She leaned back, studying him. They called you the Supreme Mage. Henrik of 2 worlds. Henrik sighed. Cultists say many things, most of them nonsense. And yet your response wasn't denial, but deflection. She tilted her head. Your magical signature is unlike any I've encountered in centuries of life. When we combined our powers at the temple, I felt something else within you. Something not of this world. For a long moment, Henrik said nothing, weighing his options. Complete honesty seemed unwise. Even in this world of monsters and magic, his true story would strain credulity. Yet Yennefer was too perceptive, too knowledgeable to be put off with mere evasions. What if, he began carefully, there were more than one reality? More than one world where magic existed, but functioning under different rules. The conjunction of spheres already proved that, she replied. Multiple worlds collided, creatures and humans were deposited here from elsewhere. Yes, but what if travel between these worlds was still possible? What if consciousness itself could move between them? Yennefer's eyes narrowed. Are you saying you're from another world? Not just another sphere from the conjunction, but somewhere else? Henrik took a deep breath. In a manner of speaking. My consciousness, my soul, if you will, originated elsewhere. I lived a full life there, died, and then awoke here with all my memories intact. He expected skepticism, perhaps even mockery. Instead, Yennefer merely nodded slowly, considering. That would explain much, she said finally. The unique way you manipulate chaos, your rapid mastery of magic despite having no formal training with the Brotherhood. You believe me? Henrik couldn't hide his surprise. I've lived long enough to know that the universe contains more mysteries than certainties, she replied. And your explanation fits the observable evidence better than any alternative theory. She paused, violet eyes glinting in the firelight. Besides, you're either telling the truth or you're mad, and your magic is too controlled to be the work of a madman. Henrik laughed softly. That's remarkably pragmatic. I'm a pragmatic woman. She leaned forward. So tell me, Henrik of Two Worlds, what was it like there? Your original home? Different, he said, memories washing over him. The magic was different, more structured, requiring specific words and movements. We used wands to focus our power. He gestured to a slender box on a high shelf. I tried to recreate one here, but it doesn't work the same way. And the people? Were they as petty and power-hungry as they are here? Henrik smiled wryly. Human nature seems to be a universal constant. We had our dark wizards and corrupt officials, our heroes and villains. And which were you? The question hung between them, weighted with more significance than its simplicity suggested. I tried to be the former, Henrik said quietly. Sometimes I succeeded. Yennefer studied him intently. You were important there. It wasn't a question, but Henrik nodded anyway. In certain circles. I fought in a war. Defeated a powerful dark wizard who had terrorized our world. And then? And then I lived, Henrik said simply. I married, had children, grew old, and died surrounded by family. It was a good life. Yet here you are, Yennefer observed. Living a second one. Here I am, Henrik agreed. Though I never expected it. Reincarnation wasn't part of our belief system, yet somehow. The universe had other plans. She finished for him. It often does. They fell silent again, the rain outside growing heavier, drumming against the stone. The convergence knows what you are, Yennefer said finally. Or at least they suspect. That makes you a target. I've been a target before, Henrik replied. In both lives. This is different. If they believe you're the key to opening permanent pathways between worlds. She left the implication hanging. Then they'll keep coming. Henrik concluded. Which means we need to find them first. We? Yennefer raised an eyebrow. Unless you're planning to return to wherever you came from and forget tonight ever happened? She smiled slowly. I think we both know that's unlikely. Besides, interdimensional cultists are far more interesting than court politics and lodge squabbling. Henrik raised his goblet. To unlikely partnerships, then. Yennefer clinked her glass against his. For now. The following morning brought clear skies and renewed urgency. Henrik stood in the castle dungeons, watching through a spelled one-way wall as Yennefer interrogated one of the captured cultists. A thin man with a scholar's ink-stained fingers and a fanatic's gleaming eyes. The convergence has existed for centuries, the man was saying, his voice reverent despite his circumstances. Since before the conjunction itself. We understand what others don't, that the multiverse is vast, and this reality is merely one of countless possibilities. Very philosophical, Yennefer replied dryly. Now tell me about Madame Vex. Who is she? Where would she go? The cultist smiled. She is the Hierophant, the bridge walker. She sees beyond the veil. And where would this visionary flee after a failed ritual? Failed? The man laughed. You think because the temple collapsed we failed? The supreme mage was there. His very presence catalyzed the process. The door has been nudged open, if not fully breached. Henrik felt a chill at the man's words. Behind him, the dungeon door opened, and Captain Marek entered. Master Henrik, he said with a short bow. The king requests your presence. The council is assembling to discuss last night's events. Henrik nodded. Tell Yennefer I've been called away, he said, gesturing toward the interrogation chamber. Ask her to meet me at the North Tower when she's finished. The council chamber was already full when Henrik arrived. King Foltest sat at the head of the table, his advisors arranged around him. Duke Gervant was there, along with the royal treasurer, the commander of the guard, and several nobles whose support was crucial to the crown. Ah, Henrik, Foltest said as he entered. Perhaps you can explain why one of our oldest temples is now a pile of rubble, and why my soldiers are reporting talk of cults and dimensional portals. Henrik took the empty seat to the king's left. Your Majesty, the situation is complex but contained. A group calling themselves the Convergence attempted a dangerous magical ritual at the temple. Lady Yennefer and I interrupted them, though their leader escaped in the chaos. And the nature of this ritual? Duke Gervin asked, his tone suggesting he already doubted whatever answer would come. They were attempting to open a doorway between our world and another, Henrik said simply. Had they succeeded, the consequences could have been catastrophic. Murmurs broke out around the table. Foltest raised a hand for silence. Are we to understand that this cult believes such a thing is possible? The king asked. Not only possible, but imminent, Henrik replied. They've been preparing for this, gathering knowledge and power. Last night was merely one attempt. They will try again. And the involvement of Yennefer of Vengerberg? Foltest pressed. Her arrival seems conveniently timed. She's been tracking similar incidents across the northern kingdoms, Henrik explained. Her presence was fortunate. Without her assistance, I might not have been able to contain the magical backlash. The treasurer, a dour man named Rodolph, cleared his throat. What exactly do these cultists want? Surely not just to open a door for the sake of it. Power, Henrik said. The ability to access other worlds would grant them unprecedented magical knowledge and resources. Or unleash horrors beyond our comprehension, Duke Gervin added. Indeed, Henrik agreed. Which is why finding Madame Vex and stopping the Convergence must be our priority. Foltest studied him thoughtfully. You seem personally invested in this matter, Henrik. More than you could possibly understand, Henrik thought. Aloud, he said. Any threat to the stability of our world concerns me, Your Majesty. Particularly one of a magical nature. Of course. Foltest turned to the commander of the guard. Double the patrols around all temples and known magical sites within our borders. If these cultists attempt another ritual, I want them apprehended immediately. Yes, sire. As for you, Henrik, the king continued, I'm authorizing you to investigate this Convergence cult. Use whatever resources you need, but keep me informed of your findings. And Lady Yennefer? Henrik asked. Foltest's expression soured slightly. I've never been one to turn away useful allies, regardless of their affiliations. If she's willing to assist Tamiria in this matter, she has my blessing. Thank you, Your Majesty, Henrik said with a bow of his head. As the council moved on to other matters, Henrik's thoughts drifted to the interrogation below. The cultists' words troubled him. Had their attempt really achieved something despite the apparent failure? He needed to examine the temple ruins more carefully, away from panicked soldiers and immediate threats. When the council finally adjourned, Henrik made his way quickly to the north tower where he'd asked Yennefer to meet him. He found her already waiting, leaning against the stone parapet with the city spread out below her. Learn anything useful? He asked, joining her at the edge. Some, she replied. The Convergence is older than I initially thought, predating the conjunction itself. They believe the walls between realities are thinning naturally, and that certain individuals can serve as focal points to breach them completely. Individuals like me, Henrik said grimly. Precisely. She turned to face him. They call you the Supreme Mage because they believe you're the first of what they term the Twice-Born, souls that have lived in multiple realities, carrying the essence of different magical systems within them. Henrik frowned. How could they possibly know about my past? They don't, not specifically. But they've been watching for signs, magical anomalies, individuals with unusual abilities or knowledge. You must have triggered their interest somehow. Wonderful, Henrik muttered. And Madame Vex? According to our scholarly friend in the dungeon, she'll seek another convergence point, a place where the barrier between worlds is naturally thin. There she'll attempt the ritual again. Did he know where such a point might be? Yennefer smiled thinly. He believes there's one in the mountains north of here, near an abandoned elven observatory. Apparently, the stars align particularly well there for their purposes. When? During the new moon, she replied. 3 days from now. Henrik turned his gaze toward the distant mountains, barely visible on the horizon. Then we have 3 days to prepare. I need to return to the temple ruins first, something the cultist said bothers me. About the door being nudged open. I had the same thought, Yennefer said. I've already asked Captain Marek to arrange an escort. Henrik raised an eyebrow. Efficient. I don't waste time when the fabric of reality is at stake, she replied. Though I'm curious, what exactly do you hope to find there? I'm not sure, Henrik admitted. But in my experience, magical residue can reveal intentions far more clearly than any interrogation. Your experience from this life, or your previous one? She asked, genuine curiosity in her voice. Henrik smiled faintly. Both, actually. Some principles of magic remain constant across worlds. Like what? She moved closer, her interest evident. Intent matters, Henrik said after a moment's consideration. The purpose behind the magic shapes its form and function. And power always leaves traces. Nothing magical ever disappears completely. Yennefer's lips curved upward. You sound like a professor I once had at Aretuza, though he was considerably less pleasant to look at. Henrik laughed. I was a teacher briefly in my previous life, though I was quite young at the time. A mage teacher? Her eyebrows rose in surprise. You must have been formidable even then. I had my moments, Henrik said, memories of the DA lessons flickering through his mind. Though I had much to learn myself. A comfortable silence fell between them, broken only by the sounds of the city below. Henrik found himself studying Yennefer's profile as she gazed out over Vizima, the proud set of her jaw, the slight frow of concentration between her brows, the way the wind played with strands of her raven hair. She turned suddenly, catching his gaze. Rather than looking away, Henrik held it. You're not what I expected, she said finally. Is that a compliment or an observation? Perhaps both. She straightened businesslike once more. The escort will be ready within the hour. I suggest you prepare whatever equipment you might need for examining magical residue. Henrik nodded. I'll meet you at the castle gates. As he turned to leave, Yennefer called after him. Henrik? He paused, looking back. This other life of yours, she said. Were you happy there? The question caught him off guard with its simplicity and unexpected personal nature. Yes, he answered honestly. Most of the time, I was. Something flickered across her face, not quite sadness, but a shadow of recognition, perhaps. Then you were fortunate. In both lives, it seems. Before Henrik could respond, she turned back to the view, effectively dismissing him. He made his way down the tower steps, pondering the brief glimpse she offered into her own thoughts, and the unexpected connection he felt forming between them. Later, as their small party approached the ruined temple, Henrik sensed the wrongness before they even dismounted. The air around the structure shimmered faintly, like heat rising from summer-baked stones, except it was a cool spring day. You feel that? He murmured to Yennefer as they walked toward the entrance, leaving the nervous soldiers with the horses. Yes. Her expression was grim. The distortion is worse than when we left. Inside, the destruction looked much as they had left it, collapsed pillars, the broken altar, debris scattered across the floor. But the magical atmosphere had changed dramatically. Where before there had been chaotic residue, now there was a palpable pattern to the energy, pulsing faintly in regular intervals. It's stabilizing, Yennefer said, her voice hushed with concern. The tear is trying to heal itself, but not close, widen. Henrik moved carefully to the center of the room where the altar lay in pieces. Kneeling, he placed his palm flat against a fragment of stone. Immediately, images flooded his mind, clearer than before, more insistent. He saw worlds layered upon worlds, some similar to this one, others wildly different. He saw magic in countless forms, wild and structured, chaotic and precise, dark and light. And through it all, he saw threads connecting these realities, paths that could be walked by those who knew the way. With a gasp, he pulled his hand back, breaking the contact. What did you see? Yennefer asked sharply, moving to his side. Too much, Henrik said, his voice unsteady. The cultists were right about one thing: the boundaries between worlds are thinning. but not naturally. Someone or something is deliberately weakening them. Madame Vex? Henrik shook his head. No. Something older, more powerful. The convergence is just a tool, I think, pawns in a larger game. Yennefer frowned. What game? What would be the purpose of breaking down these barriers? I don't know. Henrik stood, brushing stone dust from his robes. But I intend to find out. He moved in a slow circle around the altar remains, extending his magical senses outward. The energy patterns were becoming more distinct by the minute, organizing themselves into a complex lattice that seemed to extend both upward and sideways, somehow, in a direction his mind struggled to conceptualize. We need to disrupt this, he decided, before it fully stabilizes. Yennefer studied the invisible patterns with her own magical senses. Conventional counterspells won't work. This isn't a standard enchantment with a structure we can unravel. No, Henrik agreed. We need something more fundamental. He thought for a moment. In my original world, there were spells designed to repair damaged objects, to restore them to their proper state. I wonder if we could apply the same principle to reality itself? Yennefer finished. Interesting theory, but the scale is vastly different. True, but the principle is sound. Henrik drew his wand, a replica of his original holly and phoenix feather wand, crafted from materials of this world. Though it couldn't channel magic the way his original had, it served as an excellent focus for complex spell work. I'll need your help again, he said. Your power combined with mine. Yennefer stepped close, this time placing her hands on his forearms. Tell me what to do. Channel your chaos into me as you did before, but this time, think of wholeness, of things returning to their natural state. Henrik closed his eyes. I'll shape the intent. As her power flowed into him, Henrik reached deep within himself, to the place where Harry Potter's memories of magic intersected with Henrik's understanding of chaos. He thought of Reparo, the simple spell that had mended broken glasses and torn books. But he infused it with this world's wild magic, with Yennefer's raw power, and with his own unique dual nature. He shaped the spell carefully, visualizing the fabric of reality knitting itself back together, the natural barriers between worlds restoring themselves. With a complex gesture of his wand and a word that was neither from this world nor his previous one, but something new born of both, Henrik released the magic. For a moment, nothing seemed to happen. Then the air at the center of the temple appeared to fold inward, collapsing upon itself like fabric being smoothed by invisible hands. The shimmering distortion intensified briefly before vanishing altogether with a sound like a distant thunderclap. The magical pressure in the room dissipated instantly. Henrik staggered, the effort leaving him lightheaded. Yennefer's grip on his arms tightened, steadying him. Did it work? She asked. Henrik extended his senses cautiously. Where before he had felt the wrongness of reality straining at its seams, now there was only the normal magical background of the temple, old enchantments and recent chaos, but nothing that suggested a breach between worlds. Yes, he said, relief evident in his voice. For now, at least. We've bought ourselves time. Yennefer released him slowly, her expression thoughtful. That spell, it wasn't like anything I've seen before. No, Henrik agreed. It wouldn't be. You combined techniques from your previous life with our magic, she observed, creating something new entirely. Henrik nodded. It seemed the most logical approach. Logical, yes. Her violet eyes studied him intently. And potentially revolutionary. Do you realize what this means? If you can adapt magical principles from another reality to work here, it means the convergence has even more reason to pursue me, Henrik said grimly. And it means we need to find Madame Vex before she attempts another ritual. Yennefer's lips curved in a small smile. Always focused on the immediate threat. Practical. I've found it keeps me alive, Henrik replied dryly. A valuable trait. She glanced around the temple once more. We should return to Vizima. If we're to reach the Elven Observatory before the new moon, we'll need supplies and preparation. Henrik nodded in agreement, But as they turned to leave, a flicker of movement in the shadows caught his attention. He reacted instinctively, throwing up a shield spell just as an arrow whistled toward them. Unlike the previous attack, this projectile didn't clatter harmlessly away. It struck Henrik's shield and exploded in a flash of purple light, the magical backlash sending both mages sprawling across the stone floor. Dimeritium tip! Yennefer gasped, struggling to her feet. Magic negating! 4 figures emerged from the temple's dark corners, not robed cultists this time, but heavily armed professionals in leather armor emblazoned with the Nilfgaardian sun. Surrender, mages! The leader commanded. Emperor Imhirvar Emrius requests your presence. Henrik exchanged a quick glance with Yennefer. Nilfgaardian involvement complicated matters significantly. Was the Empire aware of the Convergence's activities? Or did they have their own interest in interdimensional magic? And if we declined this generous invitation? Yennefer asked, her tone deceptively casual. The leader smiled coldly. Then we are instructed to bring the Supreme Mage alone. Your corpse would be regrettable, but acceptable. Henrik felt his anger stirring, a familiar sensation from both lives. Threats never sat well with him, especially when directed at others. Neither option appeals to me, he said, gathering his power. The Dimeritium had temporarily disrupted their magic, but the effect was already fading. The leader nodded to his men, who knocked new arrows, all gleaming with the distinctive purple sheen of Dimeritium. I wouldn't, Henrik warned. Your first shot surprised us. You won't get that advantage again. Perhaps, the leader acknowledged. But can you protect yourself, the sorceress, and your escort outside simultaneously? Henrik tensed. The soldiers who had accompanied them were ordinary men, vulnerable to both conventional weapons and magic. Using them as leverage was a predictable but effective tactic. What does Nilfgaard want with interdimensional magic? Yennefer demanded, clearly stalling for time as her own powers recovered. That's a question for the Emperor, the leader replied. Now make your choice, mages. Come willingly, or we start with the soldiers outside. Henrik took a slow breath, assessing their options. Direct confrontation risked innocent lives. Surrender was unacceptable. Which left? I think you misunderstand the situation, he said calmly. With a subtle gesture behind his back, one he hoped Yennefer would recognize as a signal, he prepared his spell. We're not surrounded by you. You're enclosed with us. The leader frowned, confusion momentarily crossing his face. That hesitation was all Henrik needed. Rather than attacking the Nilfgaardians directly, he directed his magic at the temple's already damaged structure. The remaining supports groaned as he selectively weakened them, creating a controlled collapse that would cut off the assassins from the entrance without bringing the entire ceiling down on their heads. Yennefer, understanding his intent immediately, added her own magic to the effort, focusing on the floor beneath the Nilfgaardians' feet. The stone softened, becoming quicksand-like, trapping their boots. Now! Henrik shouted, grabbing Yennefer's hand and pulling her toward a side passage as dust and debris rained down. The Nilfgaardians shouted in alarm as they struggled against the clinging stone and falling rubble. The passage led to a small chamber that had once served as a priest's meditation room. Unlike the main temple area, it remained relatively intact, with a narrow window overlooking the swamp. That won't hold them long, Yennefer said, already tracing portal runes in the air. Long enough, Henrik replied. Can you create a portal from here? Yes, but the magical interference might make the destination imprecise. Henrik glanced back toward the passage, where sounds of struggle indicated the Nilfgaardians were freeing themselves. Imprecise is better than captive. Our soldiers? They'll have to fend for themselves, Yennefer said, her portal taking shape. If the Nilfgaardians truly want us, they'll leave ordinary men alone. It wasn't ideal, but Henrik nodded in agreement. The swirling portal stabilized, its edges flickering slightly with residual interference from the temple's magical disturbances. After you, Yennefer said. Henrik hesitated. Together, he countered, taking her hand again. If we're separated on the other side, We meet at the crossroads shrine east of Vizima. She nodded, and together they stepped into the portal just as the first Nilfgaardian assassin burst into the chamber. The journey through the portal felt different than usual, longer, with strange currents of resistance pulling at them. Henrik maintained his grip on Yennefer's hand, anchoring them together through the disorienting passage. When they finally emerged, it was not in Vizima as intended, but in a dense forest clearing miles from the city. "Well," Yennefer said, brushing leaves from her dress, "that was more than slightly imprecise." Henrik scanned their surroundings, getting his bearings. "We're in the eastern forests, I think. Near the Ponta River. At least 2 days' ride from Vizima," Yennefer confirmed. She turned to him, her expression serious. "Nilfgaardian involvement changes everything. If Ymir is aware of the Convergence's activities, he might be supporting them," Henrik finished. "Or hunting them for his own purposes. Neither scenario is reassuring." She brushed a strand of hair from her face. "We can't return to Vizima immediately. They'll be watching for us there." Henrik nodded in agreement. "We need to go directly to the Elven Observatory. Cut off Madame Vex before she can attempt another ritual. Without supplies? Without preparation?" Yennefer raised an eyebrow. "That seems reckless, even for someone who's lived 2 lives. Sometimes the direct approach is the only viable option," Henrik replied. "I've learned that lesson repeatedly." Yennefer studied him for a moment, then her lips curved in a small smile. "Very well. But first, we need to find transportation and send word to Foltest. If Nilfgaard is moving openly against Temerian interests, he should be warned." "Agreed." Henrik oriented himself, identifying north from the position of the late afternoon sun. "There's a village about 5 miles in that direction. We can acquire horses there and perhaps a messenger." As they began walking, Henrik found himself reflecting on the rapidly escalating situation. What had begun as an investigation into cult activity had evolved into something far more complex: interdimensional breaches, Nilfgaardian assassins, and the growing certainty that his unique nature placed him at the center of it all. He glanced at Yennefer, who moved with graceful determination beside him. At least he wasn't facing it alone this time. The thought brought unexpected comfort. "You're smiling," she observed without looking at him. "An odd response to our current predicament." "Just appreciating the unexpected," Henrik replied. "Life rarely unfolds as planned, in any world." "Indeed." Her violet eyes met his briefly. "Though I've found the unplanned paths often lead to the most interesting destinations." Henrik couldn't help but agree. And as they continued through the forest, he found himself curious about what destinations this particular unplanned path might have in store for both of them. Chapter 2: Threads of Destiny. The village of Gorseth proved to be less of a proper settlement, and more a collection of weathered buildings huddled together at the forest's edge. As Henrik and Yennefer approached along the muddy track that passed for a main street, the few visible villagers quickly retreated inside their homes, doors slamming shut in their wake. "Charming reception," Yennefer muttered, brushing a strand of raven hair from her face. "I assume they're not typically this hospitable." Henrik surveyed the shuttered windows and the nervous eyes peering through cracks in the wooden slats. "Something's frightened them." Recently. An old stable stood at the village's center, its doors hanging askew on rusted hinges. The smell of horses mingled with hay and manure indicated it was still in use, despite its dilapidated appearance. Henrik led the way inside, where a stooped man with a face like weathered leather was brushing down a dappled mare. "We need 2 horses," Henrik said without preamble. "And information." The stable master glanced up, his rheumy eyes widening at the sight of them, or more specifically, at the sight of Yennefer, whose beauty and distinctive violet eyes marked her as clearly more than human to the superstitious rural folk. "Don't got horses to spare," the man mumbled, looking down quickly. "Bad times." "Bad times indeed," Yennefer said, stepping forward. "And they'll get considerably worse if you continue lying to us." The stable master flinched, backing away until he hit the stable wall. "Please, they said they'd come back." Said they'd burn us out if we helped anyone matching your description. Henrik and Yennefer exchanged glances. Who? Henrik asked, though he already suspected the answer. Soldiers. Black armor with golden suns. The man's voice trembled. They came through this morning. Asked about a man and woman, powerful mages. Said they're traitors to the northern kingdoms. How convenient, Yennefer said dryly. They've branded us traitors already. Henrik moved closer to the frightened stable master, deliberately softening his demeanor. We're not traitors. Those men serve Nilfgaard, not the northern kingdoms. They're lying to you. The old man looked between them uncertainly. Think about it. Henrik continued gently. Why would northern soldiers wear the Nilfgaardian sun? Understanding dawned slowly on the weathered face. You're running from them? But why would Nilfgaard? That's our concern. Yennefer interrupted. Now, about those horses you don't have. The stable master hesitated, then nodded reluctantly. I've 2 in the back paddock. Not much to look at, but they're sound. They'll do, Henrik said, reaching for his coin purse. The man waved away the offered payment. No. If what you say is true, I'll not take your coin. Just promise you won't tell them who helped you. They'll be back, sure as sunrise. They won't learn it from us, Henrik assured him. As the stable master went to fetch the horses, Yennefer moved closer to Henrik, her voice low. They're cutting off our options methodically. Turning the countryside against us. Standard Nilfgaardian tactics. Henrik agreed. But it means they don't know our destination. If they did, they'd be fortifying the observatory, not searching village by village. Small mercies, Yennefer said with a tight smile. Though we're still facing a significant challenge. The observatory is at least 3 days' ride from here, assuming we avoid main roads. And we have less than 2 days until the new moon. Henrik added grimly. The stable master returned leading 2 horses, a sturdy bay gelding and a smaller chestnut mare. Neither was the quality of mount Henrik was accustomed to riding as court mage, but as promised, they looked healthy enough. There's an old huntsman's trail that runs northwest through the forest, the man said, handing over the reins. Not many know of it. Might help you avoid unwanted attention. Henrik nodded gratefully. We appreciate your help. One more thing, Yennefer said as they prepared to depart. Did the Nilfgaardians travel alone, or did they have unusual companions? The stable master frowned. There was one. Not a soldier. Robed fellow with strange eyes, all milky white but seemed to see just fine. Spoke funny too, with an accent I've never heard. Yennefer shot Henrik a meaningful glance. Thank you, she told the man. That's very helpful. They mounted quickly and rode out of the village at an easy trot, not wanting to draw further attention. Only when they reached the tree-line and found the narrow path the stable master had mentioned did Yennefer speak again. A blind mage with an unusual accent, she said. Sounds like Magister Taros. Henrik glanced at her in surprise. You know him? By reputation only, Yennefer replied. Nilfgaardian court mage, specializing in evolutionary magics. Rumor has it he's been experimenting with ways to accelerate magical development in humans, particularly children with potential. Sounds like someone him here would keep close, Henrik observed darkly. Indeed. Though there have been whispers that his research has become increasingly extreme, even by Nilfgaardian standards. She guided her mare closer to Henrik's gelding as the path narrowed. If he's working with the Convergence, then him here must know about their interdimensional objectives, Henrik finished. Question is, what does he hope to gain? Power, Yennefer said simply. It's always power with him here. Access to other worlds would give Nilfgaard an insurmountable advantage, new resources, new magics, perhaps even new territories to conquer. They rode in thoughtful silence as the forest grew denser around them. Henrik's mind raced, connecting pieces of a puzzle that grew more complex by the hour. The Convergence had existed for centuries, yet only now were they making significant attempts to breach the walls between worlds. Why? What had changed? It's me, he said aloud, the realization hitting him suddenly. I'm what changed. Yennefer looked at him questioningly. The Convergence has always sought to open doorways between worlds, but lacked the means, Henrik explained. Then I appeared, a consciousness that had already traversed between realities. They must have detected something different about my magical signature. How? Yennefer asked. How would they even know what to look for? Henrik shook his head. I don't know. But it can't be coincidence that their most ambitious attempts have occurred within my lifetime in this world. If you're right, Yennefer said slowly, then you're not just their target, you're their catalyst. Your very existence might be weakening the boundaries they're trying to breach. The thought was disturbing on multiple levels. If his mere presence in this world was causing damage to the fabric of reality, we need to stop thinking like prey and start thinking like hunters, Henrik said, pushing aside his darker thoughts. The observatory is their target. We know when they'll be there. Instead of rushing to prevent their ritual, we prepare an ambush. Yennefer's lips curved into a predatory smile. Now you're thinking like a sorceress. They made good time through the forest, stopping only when dusk made the narrow trail too treacherous to navigate. They found a small clearing beside a brook to make camp, secured the horses, and gathered firewood. Henrik watched with amusement as Yennefer contemplated the humble campsite with visible distaste. I could conjure us more comfortable accommodations, she offered, eyeing the hard ground dubiously. And announce our presence to any magically sensitive individual within miles? Henrik shook his head. We're better off roughing it tonight. Your practical nature can be quite vexing, she complained, though there was a hint of humor in her voice. She gestured toward the pile of wood Henrik had gathered. At least allow me a small fire spell. Surely that's innocent enough. By all means, Henrik conceded with a smile. Though I'm perfectly capable of creating fire without magic. How utterly primitive, Yennefer remarked, but her eyes held genuine curiosity. A skill from your previous life, I presume? Henrik nodded, memories washing over him of camping in forests very different from this one, on the run from Voldemort and his Death Eaters. There were times when using magic would have revealed our location to enemies. We learned to survive without it when necessary. We? Yennefer asked, settling gracefully onto a fallen log as she cast a small spell that ignited the campfire with dancing blue flames. Friends, Henrik said simply. Very dear friends. Something in his tone must have conveyed the depth of emotion behind those words, for Yennefer didn't press further. Instead, she reached into a small pouch at her waist and withdrew 2 apples and a chunk of hard cheese. Not exactly a feast, she said, offering him half. I've had worse, Henrik replied, accepting the humble meal gratefully. They ate in comfortable silence as night fell fully around them. The forest came alive with sounds, the hooting of owls, the rustle of nocturnal creatures, the whispering of leaves in the gentle breeze. Above them, stars appeared one by one, brilliant against the velvet darkness. I've always loved the night sky, Henrik said softly, looking up between the branches. In my previous world, I studied the stars as part of my magical education. Different constellations, different names, but the same sense of wonder. Yennefer followed his gaze upward. I spent much of my childhood looking at the stars, she admitted, dreaming of escape, of power, of a life where I wouldn't be defined by my appearance or origin. There was vulnerability in her voice that Henrik suspected few ever heard. He turned to study her profile in the firelight, struck by the complexity of the woman beside him, fierce and formidable on the surface, yet carrying depths of pain and determination few could imagine. And did you find it? He asked. That life you dreamed of? Something flickered across her features, a shadow of old wounds not fully healed. Parts of it, she said carefully. The power, certainly. Respect, even fear from those who once looked down on me. She paused. Other dreams proved more elusive. Henrik sensed she was referring to something specific, something personal that she wasn't ready to share. He respected her privacy and didn't push. It's strange, he said instead. Living two lives. Carrying the fulfillment of one existence while beginning anew in another. Sometimes I wonder if I'm meant to achieve the same things here that I did there, or if this is a chance to walk an entirely different path. What did you achieve there? Yennefer asked, genuine interest in her voice. Henrik considered how to answer. His defeat of Voldemort would mean nothing to her without context, nor would his career as an Auror or his family life with Ginny. Peace, he said finally. After years of conflict and loss, I found peace. Not just for myself, but helped create it for my world. An enviable achievement, Yennefer observed. One rarely attained in any world, I imagine. It came at great cost, Henrik said, memories of fallen friends flashing behind his eyes. And it was never perfect. But for a time, there was balance. And now you find yourself in the midst of chaos again, she said, gesturing vaguely to encompass their current predicament. Perhaps some patterns transcend worlds. Henrik smiled ruefully. Perhaps. Though I'd like to think I've gained some wisdom along the way. Oh? Yennefer's eyebrow arched elegantly. And what wisdom would that be? That rushing headlong into danger without a plan is rarely the best approach, Henrik replied. Something my younger self was rather prone to doing. Yennefer laughed softly, the sound warm in the cool night air. Based on our current situation, fleeing assassins, camping in the wilderness, planning to ambush a cult of interdimensional fanatics, I'd say that particular lesson remains a work in progress. Henrik couldn't help but laugh in return. Fair point. Though in my defense, this time I have better company. Their eyes met across the fire, and something shifted in the air between them, a recognition of mutual respect evolving into something more complex. For a brief moment, Henrik saw past the legendary sorceress to the woman beneath, fierce and brilliant, wounded and resilient. Yennefer looked away first, breaking the moment. We should rest, she said, her tone becoming businesslike again. Tomorrow will be challenging enough without exhaustion complicating matters. Henrik nodded, though sleep seemed suddenly distant. They arranged their meager bedrolls on opposite sides of the fire, and Henrik cast a subtle perimeter ward, nothing flashy enough to attract attention, but sufficient to alert them if anyone approached. As he settled onto the hard ground, gazing up at the stars between the swaying branches, Henrik found himself reflecting on the strange turns his second life had taken. From court mage to fugitive in the span of days, pursued by cultists and Nilfgaardians alike, while forming an unexpected alliance with one of the continent's most formidable sorceresses. If there was a pattern to it all, some cosmic purpose for his reincarnation in this specific world, it remained obscure. But as he drifted towards sleep, Henrik couldn't shake the feeling that the threads of destiny were pulling tighter, drawing him toward a confrontation that would reveal answers to questions he hadn't yet thought to ask. Dawn broke with a fine mist hanging among the trees, transforming the forest into a realm of shifting shadows and muted light. Henrik woke instantly, a lifetime of vigilance, 2 lifetimes, really, leaving him alert the moment consciousness returned. Across the now cold fire pit, Yennefer's bedroll lay empty. He sat up quickly, scanning the clearing. Relief washed through him when he spotted her kneeling by the brook, filling their water skins. The morning light played across her raven hair, highlighting blue undertones that reminded him fleetingly of the night sky. You sleep soundly for a man being hunted, she remarked without turning. Only when I trust my companion, Henrik replied, rising to his feet. She glanced back at him, a flicker of surprise crossing her features before she masked it. A dangerous policy. I've found trust to be worth the risk, he said simply, moving to join her by the water's edge. More often than not. Then you've been fortunate in your companions. She handed him a filled water skin. We should reach the foothills by nightfall if we maintain a steady pace. Henrik nodded, sensing she was deliberately steering the conversation away from more personal terrain. He respected her boundaries and followed her lead. And the observatory itself? Midday tomorrow, assuming we encounter no complications. Yennefer rose gracefully to her feet. That will give us less than half a day to prepare before the new moon. Not ideal, Henrik admitted, but workable. They broke camp efficiently, leaving minimal trace of their presence, and were back on the trail within minutes. The forest grew less dense as the day progressed, giving way to rolling meadows dotted with outcroppings of stone. In the distance, the mountains rose like jagged teeth against the sky, their peaks shrouded in clouds. They encountered no other travelers, which struck Henrik as both fortunate and suspicious. "This route is too quiet," he observed as they paused to rest the horses in a small grove around midday. "Even accounting for Nilfgaardian patrols frightening off regular traffic." Yennefer nodded, her expression troubled. "I've been thinking the same. It's as though the land itself has been cleared. Or as if something is keeping people away," Henrik added, extending his magical senses outward. He felt it then, a subtle pressure against his consciousness, like a whispered suggestion to turn back, to choose another path. "Do you feel that?" "Yes," Yennefer confirmed, her violet eyes narrowing. "A deflection ward, but spread over miles instead of a specific location. Extremely sophisticated work. Taros? Possibly. Though this has a different flavor to it. Less clinical, more intuitive." She frowned. "If I didn't know better, I'd say it bears similarities to elven magic. The Convergence must have an elven faction," Henrik reasoned. "It would explain their knowledge of the observatory and their ability to cast such extensive wards. It would also explain how they've survived for centuries." Yennefer agreed. Elven lifespans would allow for the preservation of knowledge across generations in ways human cultists couldn't manage. This new complication added urgency to their journey. If the Convergence included elven mages, their magical capabilities would be far greater than Henrik had initially estimated. They remounted and pressed on, pushing their horses to a pace just short of reckless. As dusk approached, the terrain grew steadily more challenging, with the trail winding upward into the rocky foothills. They were searching for a suitable campsite when Yennefer suddenly reined in her mare, head tilted as though listening. "Do you hear that?" she asked quietly. Henrik stilled, focusing his senses. At first, he heard nothing beyond the natural sounds of the wilderness. Then, carried on the breeze, came a sound that didn't belong, the clash of steel against steel, followed by a woman's shout of defiance. "Someone's fighting," he said, already turning his gelding toward the sound. "Not far. It could be a trap," Yennefer cautioned, though she was already following. "It usually is," Henrik replied grimly. They crested a small rise and the source of the commotion came into view. In a clearing below, a young woman with ashen hair fought desperately against four attackers. Despite being outnumbered, she moved with extraordinary speed and skill, her sword a blur of deadly precision as she kept her assailants at bay. But even from a distance, Henrik could see she was tiring. A dark stain on her sleeve suggested she was already wounded, and her movements, though impressive, were becoming fractionally slower with each exchange. "That's no ordinary traveler," Yennefer said, tension evident in her voice. "That's Ciri," Henrik finished, recognition dawning as he studied the young woman's face and distinctive hair. Cirilla of Cintra. He had never met her personally, but stories of the lion cub of Cintra, Calanthe's granddaughter, Imhir's daughter, and possessor of elder blood, had reached even to Miria's court. Her disappearance years ago had been the subject of much speculation, with rumors placing her everywhere from Nilfgaard's dungeons to the mystical realm of the Ainel. Yet here she was, fighting for her life against what appeared to be bounty hunters, based on their mismatched armor and opportunistic tactics. "We need to help her," Henrik said, already dismounting. Yennefer caught his arm. "Wait. Look at her attackers more closely." Henrik narrowed his eyes, studying the men surrounding Ciri. At first glance, they appeared to be typical mercenaries. But as he watched, he noticed their movements were oddly coordinated, their attacks coming in patterns that seemed designed not to kill but to herd Ciri toward a specific position. And on the chest of one man, visible briefly as he turned, was a familiar symbol, the spiral galaxy intersected by a vertical line. "The Convergence," Henrik muttered. "They're after her too." "Her elder blood," Yennefer said grimly. "Of course." She can travel between worlds naturally. She'd be as valuable to them as you are. A cry of pain drew their attention back to the fight. One of the cultists had landed a glancing blow to Ciri's thigh. She staggered, barely parrying the follow-up strike from a second attacker. Analysis later. Henrik decided. She needs help now. Without waiting for a response, he channeled his power, not in a flashy display that might endanger Ciri further, but in a targeted disruption of the ground beneath two of the cultists' feet. The earth buckled and shifted, throwing them off balance at a crucial moment. Ciri, with a fighter's instinct for seizing advantage, immediately pressed forward, her blade finding the throat of one surprised attacker while her boot connected solidly with the chest of another. Yennefer joined the fray with devastating precision, launching a spell that encased a third cultist in a cocoon of crackling energy. The man's scream cut off abruptly as the magic constricted around him. The final cultist, seeing his companions fall, turned to flee, only to find Henrik blocking his path, power radiating from him in palpable waves. "Surrender," Henrik suggested calmly. The man's eyes widened in recognition. "The Supreme Mage," he breathed. Then, to Henrik's surprise, he smiled. "Perfect." Before Henrik could react, the cultist plunged a dagger into his own heart. As his body crumpled, a pulse of magic burst outward, a death-triggered spell that Henrik recognized too late as a beacon. "They know we're here now," he said grimly, turning back to where Ciri stood panting, her sword still raised defensively as she eyed him and Yennefer with wary suspicion. "Who are you?" she demanded, her voice steady despite her obvious exhaustion. "Why did you help me?" "Friends," Henrik replied, keeping his distance to avoid frightening her further. "I'm Henrik of Vizima. This is Yennefer of Vengerberg." Ciri's eyes widened slightly at Yennefer's name. The sorceress of the lodge? Gerald's. She cut herself off abruptly, something like pain flashing across her features. "Yes," Yennefer confirmed, her own expression tightly controlled. "You know Gerald of Rivia?" "I did," Ciri replied cautiously. "Once." Henrik sensed complex undercurrents between the two women. History he wasn't privy to that created an invisible tension in the air. But now wasn't the time to explore it. "Those men were cultists," he explained, gesturing to the fallen attackers. "Part of a group called the Convergence. They're targeting individuals with connections to other worlds." Ciri's guard didn't drop. "Like me," she said flatly. "And you know this how?" "Because they're hunting me as well," Henrik said. "For similar reasons." Interest flickered in her green eyes, momentarily overriding her suspicion. "You can travel between worlds?" "Not exactly." Henrik hedged, aware they were still exposed in the open clearing. "It's complicated. And this isn't the place to discuss it. That man's death spell was a signal. More will be coming." Ciri glanced at the bodies around her, then back to Henrik and Yennefer. Henrik could almost see her weighing her options, calculating risks against potential advantages. "Where were you headed?" she finally asked. "The old elven observatory in the mountains," Yennefer answered. "The Convergence plans to perform a ritual there during tomorrow night's new moon. We intend to stop them." Ciri's expression shifted subtly. "I know it. I was heading there myself." "Why?" Henrik asked sharply. A guarded look came over her face. "My reasons are my own." Yennefer stepped forward. Ciri. The younger woman corrected automatically. "Ciri," Yennefer amended. "Whatever your purpose, it seems our paths align. We can help each other." "Can we?" Ciri's gaze moved between them assessingly. "How do I know you're not working with them? Or with Nilfgaard?" Henrik almost smiled at the irony. "Because Nilfgaardian assassins have been hunting us for the past 2 days," he said dryly. "And because the Convergence cult just tried to kill me at their temple ritual site." Ciri studied him for a long moment, then abruptly sheathed her sword. "Fine. But the first sign you're lying, I'll disappear so fast you'll think I was never here." "Fair enough," Henrik agreed. "Can you ride? We have horses just over the rise." Ciri nodded, then winced slightly as she took a step, the wound on her thigh clearly paining her. Let me see that first, Yennefer said, moving toward her with a healer's confidence. To Henrik's surprise, Ciri tensed visibly, taking a step back. It's fine. Just a scratch. Hurt flashed briefly across Yennefer's face before her expression became coolly professional. As you wish. But poison is common among cultists. At least let me check it for toxins. After a moment's hesitation, Ciri nodded reluctantly. As Yennefer examined the wound with both magical and conventional methods, Henrik moved among the fallen cultists, searching for any clues they might provide. The one who had killed himself carried nothing of note, no maps, no instructions, not even identifying markers beyond the convergence symbol emblazoned on his armor. Clean, Yennefer pronounced, stepping back from Ciri. But it should be properly dressed. Later, Ciri said, already turning toward where Henrik had indicated the horses waited. We should move. Her urgency matched Henrik's own instincts. The beacon spell would bring reinforcements quickly, and they were too exposed here. They retrieved the horses and set off immediately, with Ciri sharing Yennefer's mare, an arrangement that clearly made both women uncomfortable for reasons Henrik couldn't fully decipher. They rode hard until full darkness made further travel treacherous, finally finding shelter in a narrow canyon that offered protection from both the elements and unwanted eyes. A small stream provided water, and the rocky overhangs created natural alcoves where they could rest relatively sheltered. We'll reach the observatory by midday tomorrow, Henrik said as they made camp. That gives us several hours to prepare before the new moon. Prepare for what, exactly? Ciri asked, wincing slightly as she settled herself against a boulder, her wounded leg extended carefully before her. To stop a ritual that could tear open the barriers between worlds, Yennefer replied, conjuring a small, nearly heatless flame for light. One that would likely use both of you as catalysts. Ciri's eyes narrowed. Both? What do you mean? Henrik and Yennefer exchanged glances, a silent communication passing between them. Henrik nodded slightly, deciding honesty was their best approach. The convergence is targeting individuals with connections to other worlds, he explained. You have elder blood, the ability to travel between spheres. And I. He paused, wondering how to explain his unique circumstances. He's lived before, Yennefer said simply. In another world entirely. His consciousness traversed realities to be born here. Ciri's expression shifted from skepticism to intense interest. You remember another life? Another world? Henrik nodded. Completely. A different kind of magic, different rules, different history. I lived a full life there, died, and was reborn here with all my memories intact. That's... Ciri seemed to search for words. I've traveled to dozens of worlds, but I've never heard of consciousness transferring that way. Nor had I, Yennefer agreed. Which makes Henrik unique, and extremely valuable to those seeking to breach the walls between realities. Ciri studied Henrik with new eyes. What was it called? Your world? Earth, Henrik replied. Though it had many nations, many cultures. I was from a country called England. A strange expression crossed Ciri's face. With a city called London? Double-decker red buses? Big Ben? It was Henrik's turn to be shocked. You've been there? Ciri nodded slowly. Briefly. During my travels. I didn't stay long. It felt too strange, too much technology, too little magic. The realization that Ciri had actually visited his original world, walked the same streets, perhaps, that Harry Potter once had, left Henrik momentarily speechless. It was one thing to know intellectually that the multiverse contained endless variations. It was another entirely to confront such tangible proof. This connection between you, Yennefer said thoughtfully, may be precisely what the convergence hopes to exploit. Two individuals with different yet complementary ties to interdimensional travel. But why? Ciri asked, frustration evident in her voice. What do they gain by breaking down the barriers? The conjunction of spheres was catastrophic. Surely they don't want to trigger another? Unless catastrophe is exactly what they want, Henrik mused. Chaos often benefits those positioned to exploit it. Or unless they're serving something that exists between worlds, Yennefer suggested darkly. An entity that would gain entry through weakened barriers. The thought sent a chill through the small camp. They fell silent, each contemplating the implications of such a possibility. Finally, Ciri spoke again, her voice softer than before. You said you lived a full life there. Were you happy? The unexpected personal question caught Henrik off guard. He looked at Ciri, really looked at her, and saw beneath the hardened exterior a young woman carrying immense burdens. Someone who had seen too much, lost too much, yet still harbored fragile hopes for her own future. Yes, he answered honestly. There was suffering and loss, but also great joy. Friends who became family. Work that mattered. Love that endured. Something like wistfulness crossed Ciri's features. That sounds nice. It was, Henrik agreed quietly. Though not without cost. Nothing worth having comes without cost, Yennefer observed, her violet eyes reflecting the small magical flame. A lesson this world teaches repeatedly. Ciri glanced at Yennefer, a complicated emotion flickering across her face. Some costs are too high, she said, her tones suddenly cooler. Tension thickened the air between them, and Henrik sensed they were veering into personal history he wasn't privy to. He cleared his throat. We should rest, he suggested. Tomorrow will demand all our strength and focus. Ciri nodded, clearly grateful for the change in subject. I'll take first watch. You're injured, Yennefer pointed out. I've fought with worse, Ciri replied tersely. Besides, I'm too restless to sleep yet. Her tone brooked no argument, and after a moment, Yennefer acquiesced with a small nod. They arranged their meager supplies for the night, with Henrik setting protective wards around the perimeter of their small camp. Nothing that would draw magical attention, but sufficient to alert them to approach. As Henrik settled onto the hard ground, exhaustion suddenly weighing his limbs, he found his gaze drawn to his two companions. Yennefer, proud and powerful, her beauty a facade that concealed depths of pain and resilience. Ciri, fierce and haunted, carrying the weight of worlds on her young shoulders. Both extraordinary women, both keeping carefully constructed walls around their hearts. And both, Henrik sensed, would be inextricably linked to his fate in this second life. The thought followed him into uneasy dreams of doorways opening between stars, and voices calling his name from across the void. Henrik woke to the sound of hushed voices. Dawn was just breaking, pale light seeping into the canyon where they had sheltered for the night. Keeping his eyes closed and his breathing even, he listened carefully, a habit from both lives that had served him well. Not what I expected, Ciri was saying, her voice low but intense. When Geralt spoke of you, Geralt and I have a complicated history, Yennefer interrupted. Whatever he told you was filtered through his own perspective. He said you were brilliant. Formidable. A pause. He didn't mention cold. Henrik heard Yennefer's soft exhale, not quite a sigh, but close. Coldness is often confused with self-preservation, Cirilla. Something I would have thought you'd understand. Don't call me that, Ciri said sharply. And don't presume to understand me. Yet you feel entitled to judge me on a single day's acquaintance? The silence that followed was heavy with unspoken words. Finally, Ciri spoke again, her tone different, less confrontational, more uncertain. Did you really never look for me? After everything? Something in her voice made Henrik's chest tighten, the vulnerability of a child who had been abandoned too many times, seeking reassurance that she had mattered to someone. I search, Yennefer replied after a long moment, her voice softer than Henrik had yet heard it. For years. Until every trail went cold, every contact exhausted, every spell failed. Then I searched some more. Oh. The single syllable contained surprise, confusion, perhaps even the faintest hint of hope. Geralt didn't know. Geralt and I weren't communicating well during that time. Another silence, less tense than before. Why did you stop? Ciri finally asked. Searching, I mean. Because sometimes hope becomes its own form of prison, Yennefer said quietly. And because I believed, I needed to believe, that if you were alive, you were living your life on your own terms. Making your own choices. It was the future I always wanted for you. Henrik chose that moment to stir, giving them warning of his waking. By the time he opened his eyes and sat up, both women had composed themselves, the vulnerability of their conversation hidden once more behind careful masks. Good, you're awake, Ciri said, her tone businesslike. We should move soon. The observatory is still several hours' ride, and the terrain gets worse from here. Henrik nodded, stretching muscles stiff from a night on hard ground. Did you sleep at all? Enough, Ciri replied with a shrug. Yennefer took the second watch, and saw nothing of concern. Yennefer added, though that in itself is somewhat suspicious, given the beacon spell. Agreed, Henrik said, rising to his feet. They may be focusing their forces at the observatory rather than hunting us on the road. Hoping we'll walk into their trap, Ciri suggested, checking her sword before securing it at her hip. Saves them the trouble of dragging us there. A strategy we can use to our advantage, Henrik pointed out. They're expecting fugitives, not prepared adversaries. They broke camp efficiently, covering signs of their presence as best they could. The horses seemed rested enough, though Henrik noticed Ciri wince as she mounted behind Yennefer. Her wound, while not life-threatening, clearly pained her more than she admitted. As Ciri had predicted, the terrain grew increasingly challenging as they ascended into the mountains. The trail narrowed to a treacherous path that wound around sheer cliffs and across scree slopes where a single misstep could send horse and rider plummeting hundreds of feet. The air thinned and cooled, clouds occasionally enveloping them in disorienting mist. Despite these challenges, they made steady progress. By mid-morning, the distinctive silhouette of the observatory appeared intermittently through breaks in the clouds, a dome-shaped structure perched on a plateau near the mountain's peak, its ancient elven architecture both beautiful and imposing even at a distance. We should approach from the eastern ridge, Ciri suggested as they paused to rest the horses. There's a series of caves that runs beneath the observatory. They'll be watching the main path, but the cave entrance is hidden unless you know where to look. Yennefer raised an eyebrow. You seem very familiar with the layout. I've been there before, Ciri said simply, offering no further explanation. The caves would give us a chance to assess their numbers and positions before engaging. Henrik noted, accepting her knowledge without pressing for details. How far to the entrance? About 2 miles east of the main approach, Ciri replied. We'll need to leave the horses soon, the path becomes impassable for them. They continued as far as the horses could safely travel, then secured the animals in a sheltered hollow with access to water and what little grazing could be found at this altitude. From there, they proceeded on foot, with Ciri leading them along a barely discernible game trail that skirted the edge of a steep ravine. After nearly an hour of careful climbing, Ciri stopped before what appeared to be an ordinary rock face, partially obscured by hardy mountain shrubs. She pushed aside the vegetation to reveal a narrow fissure, just wide enough for a person to slip through sideways. Not the most inviting entrance, Yennefer observed dryly. It improves inside, Ciri assured them. The elves use these caves for storage and emergency shelter. They widen considerably once you're past the entrance. She was right. After squeezing through the claustrophobic opening, they found themselves in a surprisingly spacious tunnel. Ancient elven glyphs were carved into the smooth stone walls, faintly luminescent with lingering magic that provided just enough light to navigate by. These markings, Henrik said, examining them as they moved deeper into the mountain. They're similar to the convergence symbol. Not similar, Ciri corrected. They're the origin. The convergence adapted ancient elven cosmology for their purposes. You know a great deal about them, Yennefer remarked, a hint of suspicion in her voice. Ciri shot her a sharp glance. Know thy enemy. Especially when they'd been hunting you for years. Fair enough, Henrik interjected before Yennefer could respond. What else can you tell us about what we might face today? As they continued through the winding tunnels, Ciri shared what she knew, or at least, what she was willing to share. The Convergence hierarchy was led by a council of 7, with Madame Vex as the current Hierophant. Below them were circle leaders who directed cells of adherents across the continent and beyond. Their membership included humans, elves, and even a few dwarves and gnomes, though the leadership skewed heavily elven due to their longer lifespans and deeper magical knowledge. Their ultimate goal isn't just to open doorways between worlds, Ciri explained as they climbed a rough-hewn staircase that spiraled upward through the rock. They believe in something they call the Great Confluence, a merging of all realities into one perfect world. That sounds catastrophic, Henrik said grimly. The magical backlash alone would destroy countless lives. Exactly, Ciri agreed. But they see it as a necessary sacrifice for evolutionary advancement. Those who survive would theoretically have access to all forms of magic from all worlds. A tempting prospect for power-hungry mages, Yennefer observed. And explains Nilfgaard's interest, Henrik added. Imhir would see it as the ultimate conquest, not just lands and peoples, but entire realities brought under his control. The staircase eventually opened onto a narrow ledge that ran along the inside of the observatory's foundations. Ancient supporting columns rose from the cavern floor to the domed ceiling above, where gaps in the stonework allowed them glimpses of activity on the main level. They crouched low, observing the scene above through these improvised spy holes. The observatory's main chamber was a vast circular space dominated by a central platform where elven astronomers had once tracked the movements of stars and planets. Now, that platform had been converted into a ritual space. Convergence symbols were painted in what looked disturbingly like blood around its perimeter, and strange crystalline structures had been erected at key points, catching and refracting the light that streamed through the dome's open ceiling. Most concerning were the 2 stone slabs positioned at the center of the platform, clearly intended as sacrificial altars. 2, Henrik muttered. 1 for each of us, I presume. How delightfully predictable, Ciri said sarcastically, though Henrik noticed her hand had moved to the hilt of her sword, betraying her tension. Henrik counted at least 20 cultists moving purposefully about the chamber, preparing for the evening's ritual. Most appeared to be relatively low-ranking adherents, but several wore the distinctive robes of circle leaders. And at the far side of the chamber, directing the preparations with imperious gestures, stood Madame Vex herself. Even at a distance, there was something unsettling about the woman. Her movements were too fluid, her gestures too precise, as though she were a puppet being operated by invisible strings. The cultists around her kept a wary distance, approaching only when directly summoned. Where's Taros? Yennefer whispered, scanning the chamber. If Nilfgaard is involved, he should be here. As if in answer to her question, a side door opened, and a figure entered that made all 3 of them tense with recognition. Magister Taros moved with uncanny grace for a blind man, his milky white eyes seeming to see everything despite their apparent sightlessness. He was tall and gaunt, with skin so pale it appeared almost translucent, stretched tight over sharp cheekbones and an aquiline nose. His robes, unlike the ceremonial garb of the Convergence, were the practical black and gold of a Nilfgaardian court mage, though adorned with strange symbols that seemed to shift and change as he moved. Most disturbing was the object he carried, a glass orb filled with swirling iridescent mist that pulsed with an inner light. Even from their hiding place, Henrik could feel its wrongness, a magical artifact that shouldn't exist in this world. What is that? He asked, keeping his voice barely audible. Nothing good, Ciri replied grimly. It feels like the spaces between worlds. The void I pass through when I travel. Taros approached Madame Vex, holding the orb before him like an offering. The Hierophant received it with reverence, cradling it in both hands as she led Taros to the central platform. There, she placed the orb in a specially prepared stand at the exact center, between the 2 altar slabs. That's our target, Yennefer said decisively. Whatever ritual they're planning, that orb is clearly integral to it. Agreed, Henrik said. We need to destroy it before the new moon rises. And how exactly do we get to it? Ciri asked practically. There's at least 20 of them, including 2 powerful mages, and only 3 of us. We have several advantages, Henrik replied. Surprise, for one. They don't know we're here yet. Your knowledge of the observatory's layout, for another. And the fact that they need you both alive, Yennefer added. Whereas we have no such constraints regarding them. Henrik studied the chamber again, mentally mapping possible approaches. If we wait until closer to the ritual itself, many of these adherents will likely be positioned around the perimeter, leaving fewer directly guarding the central platform. They'll also be more focused on the ceremony, Yennefer noted. Less attentive to potential threats. So we wait, Ciri concluded. For how long? Henrik calculated the sun's position from the light streaming through the dome. The new moon rises approximately 3 hours after sunset. I'd suggest we move when they begin their preliminary preparations, likely an hour or so before that. That gives us several hours to rest and plan, Yennefer said. We should. She broke off suddenly, her body tensing. Henrik felt it too, a subtle shift in the magical atmosphere, like air pressure dropping before a storm. They've activated something, he whispered, extending his magical senses cautiously. Ciri nodded, her expression grim. The crystals. Look! The crystalline structures positioned around the ritual platform had begun to glow with an eerie blue light. The cultists moved back respectfully as Madame Vex raised her hands, chanting in a language that made Henrik's ears ache. With each phrase, the crystals pulsed brighter, and the orb at the center began to spin slowly in its stand. They're starting early, Yennefer hissed. Why? Because they know we're here, came a smooth voice from behind them. They spun to find Magister Taros standing at the entrance to their hiding place, his milky eyes somehow fixed unerringly on Henrik. 4 Nilfgaardian soldiers flanked him, swords drawn and expressions coldly professional. Supreme Mage, Taros continued, his accent giving the words an almost musical quality. How considerate of you to deliver yourself to us. And to bring the child of the elder blood as well. His blind gaze shifted to Ciri. Most efficient. Henrik reacted instantly, throwing up a shield spell that deflected the first soldier's lunging attack. Beside him, Ciri drew her sword in a fluid motion, the blade whistling through the air as she parried a second soldier's strike. Yennefer's hands moved in complex patterns, gathering chaos for a counterspell. But Taros was faster. With a gesture so subtle Henrik almost missed it, the Nilfgaardian mage released a pulse of energy that disrupted Yennefer's spell and sent all 3 of them staggering back against the cavern wall. Please, Taros said mildly. Let's not make this unnecessarily dramatic. You are outnumbered and outmaneuvered. Surrender now, and I promise your participation in tonight's ritual will be relatively painless. Henrik exchanged quick glances with his companions, communicating silently through looks alone. They needed a diversion, something unexpected. Why doesn't Hir support this madness? He asked, deliberately drawing Taros's attention to himself. The conjunction of spheres nearly destroyed this world. A second convergence could eliminate it entirely. Taros smiled thinly. The Emperor's interests are more nuanced than you imagine, Supreme Mage. He understands that evolution requires disruption. As Taros spoke, Henrik sensed Ciri tensing beside him, preparing for something. A moment later he felt the telltale surge of her power, the unique energy of her elder blood activating. But instead of teleporting away as he half expected, she channeled the energy in a different way, creating a localized distortion of space directly between them and their attackers. The effect was instantaneous and disorienting. The soldiers stumbled, their perceptions skewed by the spatial anomaly. Taros himself faltered, his magical senses briefly overwhelmed by the chaotic energies Ciri had unleashed. Now! Ciri shouted, lunging forward through her own distortion field with perfect confidence, her sword finding the throat of the nearest soldier before he could recover. Henrik and Yennefer acted simultaneously. Yennefer unleashed a blast of telekinetic force that sent 2 more soldiers crashing into the stone wall with bone-breaking impact. Henrik, drawing on both his lives' worth of combat experience, targeted Taros directly, launching a binding spell designed to neutralize the mage's control over his own chaotic energies. But Taros was not Nilfgaard's premier magister without reason. Despite his momentary disorientation, he countered Henrik's spell with impressive speed, transmuting the binding energy into harmless light that scattered around him like fireflies. Fascinating technique, Taros remarked, genuinely curious despite the battle unfolding around him. Not chaos-based, yet effective. Your dual nature manifests in surprising ways, Supreme Mage. The last soldier fell to Ciri's blade as Henrik faced off with Taros, magical energies crackling between them like competing storm fronts. Run! Henrik shouted to his companions. Get to the orb. I'll hold him. Ciri hesitated only a moment before nodding sharply and grabbing Yennefer's arm. There's another way up. Come on. As they disappeared down a side passage, Henrik focused entirely on Taros, gathering his power for what promised to be the magical equivalent of a hurricane. 2 lifetimes of facing dark wizards had taught him that holding back only prolonged the inevitable. Your companions abandon you to face me alone, Taros observed, though he seemed more amused than triumphant. A strategic decision, but ultimately futile. The ritual has already begun. Then I'll just have to end it. Henrik replied, and launched his attack. The clash of their magics transformed the narrow ledge into a maelstrom of elemental forces. Henrik wielded his unique blend of this world's chaos and his original world's structured magic, creating combinations Taros couldn't possibly have encountered before. Fire that burned cold, shields that absorbed and reflected energy, binding spells that adapted to countermeasures. But Taros was a prodigy even among Nilfgaardian mages. His techniques were clinically precise yet innovative, blending traditional spellcraft with what appeared to be entirely original research. Where Henrik had experience and dual-world knowledge, Taros compensated with ruthless efficiency and perfect control. You could have been so much more than this, Taros said during a momentary lull, his blind eyes somehow managing to convey disappointment. A consciousness that traversed worlds intact, the evolutionary implications alone are staggering. I'm not particularly interested in your approval, Henrik replied, using the brief respite to reinforce his magical defenses. Or in being your research subject. Taros smiled, an expression devoid of warmth. Yet research subject you shall be, Supreme Mage. After tonight's ritual, the barriers between worlds will be permanently weakened. And you, or what remains of you, will provide the template for the next stage of magical evolution. There won't be a next stage, Henrik said firmly. Not if it means sacrificing countless lives for your theoretical advancement. Progress always requires sacrifice, Taros replied, as though explaining a simple concept to a child. The weak give way to the strong. It is the fundamental law of evolution. And who decides who's weak? Henrik demanded, genuine anger coloring his words. You. Imhir? The convergence? History decides, Taros said simply. The survivors write the narrative. As they always have. With that, he launched a new assault, more focused than before, targeting specific weaknesses in Henrik's defenses with surgical precision. Henrik was forced back step by step, his counterspells becoming increasingly desperate as Taros methodically dismantled his protective layers. A particularly vicious blast of energy caught Henrik in the chest, sending him sprawling onto the stone floor. Pain radiated through his body, momentarily paralyzing his limbs as Taros approached with the unhurried confidence of a predator who knows its prey is cornered. Your resistance has been educational, Taros said, standing over him. But ultimately predictable. For all your unique qualities, Supreme Mage, you remain bound by conventional morality. It limits your magical potential. Henrik struggled to focus through the pain, gathering what energy he could for one final, desperate counterstrike. But before he could release it, the entire observatory shook with a massive explosion from above. Taros's head snapped up, his blind eyes widening in genuine alarm. No, he whispered. The orb. Taking advantage of the distraction, Henrik summoned the last of his strength and released a blast of pure force directly at Taros's feet. The stone ledge, already weakened by their magical battle, crumbled beneath the Nilfgaardian mage. Taros fell with a cry of surprise that was swiftly cut off as he plummeted into the darkness of the cavern below. Henrik dragged himself to his feet, every muscle protesting. Above him, chaos had erupted in the observatory's main chamber. Shouts and screams mingled with the distinctive sounds of magical combat. Ciri and Yennefer had clearly reached their target, but from the ongoing commotion, their mission was far from complete. Ignoring his body's protests, Henrik searched for the fastest route to join them. A narrow staircase carved into the rock face led upward, presumably to the main level. He staggered toward it, drawing on reserves of endurance honed through 2 lifetimes of persevering when others would have fallen. The scene that greeted him as he emerged onto the observatory floor was one of controlled chaos. Ciri moved like a silver blur among the cultists, her sword claiming lives with each precise strike while she periodically disappeared in flashes of emerald light, only to reappear elsewhere, confounding her attackers. Yennefer stood near the central platform, maintaining a powerful shield spell that kept Madame Vex and several circle leaders at bay while simultaneously launching targeted attacks that dropped cultists where they stood. But the orb remained intact, now pulsing with intensified light as the crystals around the platform glowed brighter. The air above it shimmered with unnatural distortion, like heat waves but vertical, forming the beginning of a rift between realities. "Henrik!" Yennefer shouted when she spotted him. "The orb resists conventional magic. We need your unique approach." Understanding immediately, Henrik fought his way toward the platform, drawing on both his magical traditions to create a path through the remaining cultists. Where Ciri was elegant precision and Yennefer was controlled power, Henrik became adaptable chaos, unpredictable, innovative, blending techniques no single mage of this world could counter effectively. He reached the platform just as Madame Vex broke through part of Yennefer's shield. The Hierophant's eyes were completely black now, her body moving with the unnatural grace Henrik had noticed earlier, but amplified to disturbing effect. She no longer seemed entirely human, or entirely present in this reality. "The confluence comes," she intoned, her voice layered with multiple tones speaking simultaneously. "The walls between worlds thin. The Supreme Mage fulfills his purpose." "I think not," Henrik replied, and launched himself directly at the orb. Madame Vex shrieked with rage, lunging to intercept him. But Ciri appeared in a flash of green light, her sword slicing through the air between them. The Hierophant jerked back to avoid the blade, giving Henrik the moment he needed to reach the pulsing artifact. Up close, the orb was even more disturbing, the swirling mist inside moving with apparent intelligence, forming patterns that seemed to reach toward him. Henrik could feel its pull, not just physically but mentally, tendrils of influence trying to seep into his consciousness. Drawing on occlumency techniques from his first life, Henrik shielded his mind while extending his magical senses to analyze the orb's structure. It was unlike anything he'd encountered in either world, a construct of multiple realities, materials, and magics, bound together with something that felt disturbingly like living consciousness. "Henrik, hurry!" Yennefer called, her voice strained as she expanded her shield to protect him from the circle leader's increasingly desperate attacks. "The rift is forming!" Indeed, the shimmering distortion above the orb had grown more defined, taking on the appearance of a vertical tear in the air itself. Through it, Henrik caught disturbing glimpses of other places, other realities, some familiar, some utterly alien. And between them, in the spaces that shouldn't exist, something moved. Something vast and patient and hungry. Understanding struck him with terrible clarity. The convergence wasn't trying to merge worlds for evolutionary advancement. They were trying to create a doorway for something else. Something that existed in the void between realities and wanted entry to all of them. Drawing on every scrap of magical knowledge from both his lives, Henrik shaped a spell unlike any he'd created before, a nullification wave designed to resonate with the orb's unique frequency and collapse it from within. The magic built between his hands, a swirling nexus of golden light that contained equations from his first world's arithmetic traditions and raw chaos from his second world's primal forces. "Get back!" he shouted to Ciri and Yennefer. "This will be explosive!" As his companions retreated, Henrik drove his spell directly into the heart of the orb. For a terrible moment, nothing happened. The orb absorbed his magic like a sponge, the mist inside swirling faster, almost eagerly. Then, just as despair began to creep into Henrik's consciousness, he felt a vibration deep within the artifact, a resonance that built rapidly into a high-pitched keening. The orb began to crack, fissures of golden light spreading across its surface like veins. The rift above it fluctuated wildly, expanding and contracting as though fighting for stability. Madame Vex screamed, a sound of rage and despair that seemed to come from multiple throats at once. "You fool!" she shrieked. "You cannot stop what has already begun. The confluence is inevitable." "Nothing is inevitable," Henrik replied grimly, pouring more power into his spell, forcing the resonance higher, the cracks wider. With a sound like reality itself tearing, the orb shattered. A shockwave of released energy blasted outward, flinging cultists and debris against the observatory walls. Henrik was thrown back, skidding across the stone floor until Yennefer's shield caught him, absorbing the worst of the impact. The rift above where the orb had been fluctuated violently, its edges fraying like torn fabric. Through it, Henrik caught one final glimpse of what waited between worlds, a vast intelligence comprised of darkness and hunger, reaching toward him with pseudopods of void stuff. Then, with a sound like an indrawn breath, the rift collapsed upon itself, vanishing with a thunderclap that shook the entire observatory to its foundations. In the sudden silence that followed, Henrik struggled to his feet, his entire body aching from magical exhaustion and physical trauma. Around the chamber, surviving cultists lay stunned or fled in terror. Of Madame Vex, there was no sign, only a pile of empty robes where she had stood, as though whatever had been wearing them had simply departed. "Is it over?" Ciri asked, approaching cautiously, her sword still drawn but lowered. "The immediate threat, yes," Henrik replied, though uncertainty nagged at him. The entity he'd glimpsed between worlds, had it truly been banished, or merely temporarily denied entry? And what of Taros? The fall should have killed him, but Henrik had learned through bitter experience never to assume an enemy was defeated without confirmation. "We should leave," Yennefer said, joining them at the center of the ruined ritual space. "The magical backlash will draw attention from every sensitive mage within 100 miles. Henrik nodded in agreement, too exhausted to argue even if he'd wanted to. But as they turned to go, he paused, his attention caught by a glinting fragment among the shattered remains of the orb. Kneeling painfully, he picked it up, a shard no larger than his thumbnail, yet still containing a wisp of the swirling mist that had filled the complete artifact. Within it, patterns formed and dissolved, like a mind trying to communicate. "What is that?" Ciri asked, peering over his shoulder. "A remnant," Henrik replied, carefully wrapping the shard in a piece of cloth torn from his robe. "And possibly a clue to what we're really facing." Yennefer frowned. "You think the Convergence will try again?" It wasn't a question, but Henrik nodded anyway. "What we disrupted today was centuries in the planning. They won't abandon their objective because of one setback." He pocketed the wrapped shard carefully. "And what I saw through that rift, it was aware. Intelligent. Patient. Wonderful," Ciri muttered. Because a death cult wasn't problematic enough without an interdimensional entity backing them. Despite the gravity of the situation, Henrik found himself smiling at her sardonic tone. In either life, he'd always appreciated allies who could face darkness with defiant humor. "We'll figure it out," he assured her. "For now, let's focus on getting safely away from here." They made their way carefully through the observatory, navigating fallen debris and avoiding the few cultists who remained conscious. Outside, dusk was falling, the first stars appearing in the darkening sky. The new moon would rise soon, invisible against the night, but present nonetheless, its influence still potent for those attuned to such forces. "Where will you go?" Henrik asked Ciri as they retrieved their horses from the sheltered hollow. She hesitated, glancing between him and Yennefer with an expression he couldn't quite decipher. "I'm not sure," she admitted finally. "I've been running for so long, I've nearly forgotten how to stay in one place." "You could come to Vizima," Henrik offered, surprising himself with how genuinely he wanted her to accept. At least temporarily. You'd be safer with allies, especially if the convergence regroups. And Nilfgaard? She challenged. Imhir's men will be hunting all of us after today. Foltest's court offers certain protections, Henrik replied. And I suspect once we inform him of Nilfgaard's involvement with interdimensional cults, his interest in our safety will increase considerably. Yennefer, who had been uncharacteristically quiet, finally spoke. He's right, Ciri. Alone, we're vulnerable. Together, we stand a better chance. She hesitated, then added more softly. And I would welcome the opportunity to know the woman you've become. The genuine emotion in Yennefer's voice, so carefully controlled until now, seemed to catch Ciri off guard. She studied the sorceress for a long moment, her expression softening fractionally. I make no promises about staying, she said finally. But I'll come to Vizima. For now. Relief washed through Henrik, surprising him with its intensity. These two women, each extraordinary in her own way, each carrying burdens and powers beyond normal comprehension, had somehow become important to him in the span of mere days. The thought of separating from either left an unexpected hollowness in his chest. As they mounted their horses and began the treacherous descent from the mountains, Henrik found himself reflecting on the strange turns his second life had taken. Reborn into a world of monsters and magic, he'd expected many things, but not this peculiar sense of belonging he felt in the company of a fierce young woman with elder blood and a complex sorceress with violet eyes. The path ahead remained shrouded in uncertainty. The convergence, though temporarily defeated, would regroup. Nilfgaard would not abandon its ambitions. And somewhere between worlds, a patient entity waited for another opportunity to cross the threshold. But for the first time since awakening in this world with memories of another life intact, Henrik felt something beyond resignation to his unusual fate. He felt purpose. And perhaps more importantly, he felt connection, to this world, to this moment, to these companions who shared his dangers and burdens. As they rode into the gathering darkness, Henrik couldn't help but wonder if the thread of destiny that had drawn him to this reality had done so for precisely this reason, to bring together three uniquely powerful individuals at a moment when the multiverse itself stood at a crossroads. And if so, what challenges still awaited them on the path ahead? The journey back to Vizima took 4 days, extended by their need to avoid main roads and populated areas where Nilfgaardian agents might lurk. They traveled mostly at night, keeping to forest paths and abandoned trails, sleeping in shifts during daylight hours and whatever shelter the wilderness provided. Despite the physical hardships, Henrik found an unexpected pleasure in these days of forced companionship. Away from the immediate pressures of cultists and rituals, he began to see new dimensions to both Ciri and Yennefer, glimpses of the women behind their carefully maintained facades. Ciri, beneath her hardened exterior, possessed a quick wit and unexpected flashes of youthful enthusiasm when discussing swordplay or her travels between worlds. She told stories of bizarre realities she'd visited, places with metal birds carrying humans through the sky, worlds where magic had faded to myth while science created its own kind of wonders, realms where non-humans lived in harmony rather than prejudice. Yennefer revealed herself more subtly. Her sardonic humor emerged in quiet moments, and Henrik occasionally caught her watching Ciri with an expression that could only be described as maternal pride, quickly masked whenever she noticed his observation. She spoke little of her past, but when she did discuss magic or politics, her insights were razor-sharp and often surprising in their nuance. Most interesting to Henrik was the gradual thawing between the two women. What had begun as tense suspicion evolved into cautious respect and eventually something approaching genuine affection, though both remained too guarded to acknowledge it openly. On the final night of their journey, camped in a sheltered grove just hours from Vizima's outskirts, Henrik found himself sitting alone with Yennefer by the small fire, while Ciri slept nearby. The sorceress stared into the flames, her violet eyes reflecting the dancing light as she absently twisted a ring on her finger. "You care for her deeply," Henrik observed quietly, nodding towards Ciri's sleeping form. Yennefer didn't deny it. "I helped raise her, for a time," she said after a moment. When she was younger. Before everything changed. She carries many burdens for someone so young. Henrik noted. She always has, Yennefer replied, her voice softening with memory. Even as a child. Destiny marked her early and rarely showed kindness in its gifts. Henrik nodded, understanding all too well what it meant to be chosen by forces beyond one's control. Yet she's emerged remarkably whole. Strong. That speaks to the foundation she received. Yennefer glanced at him, a small smile touching her lips. Are you offering me flattery, Supreme Mage? Merely observation, Henrik replied with an answering smile. Though if it pleases you to take it as flattery, I won't object. She laughed softly, a genuine sound that transformed her face, making her appear younger, more carefree. You're an unusual man, Henrik. In either world, I imagine. I've been told as much, he acknowledged. Though I've never been entirely certain if it's meant as compliment or criticism. Can it not be both? Yennefer challenged, her eyes sparkling with amusement. The most interesting people defy simple categorization. Like yourself, Henrik observed. And Ciri, Yennefer added, her gaze returning to the sleeping young woman. Her expression grew more serious. What happens when we reach Vizima? Foltest may offer protection, but he'll also have questions. Demands? Let me handle Foltest, Henrik said. I've had years to build trust with him. He'll listen to reason, especially when presented with evidence of Nilfgaard's involvement in potentially catastrophic magical experiments. And the Convergence? Yennefer pressed. They'll regroup, find new leadership to replace Madame Vex. Without question, Henrik agreed. Though I suspect it will take them time to recover from the observatory debacle. We've bought ourselves a respite, if not a resolution. Yennefer nodded slowly, then asked the question Henrik had been expecting since their escape from the observatory. The entity you saw through the rift. What was it? Henrik considered carefully before answering. Something old. Patient. Vast in a way that's difficult to comprehend with human perception. He frowned, trying to find words for what had been more impression than clear vision. It exists in the spaces between realities, not belonging to any single world but aware of all of them. And hungry. So very hungry. For what? Experience. Sensation. Henrik shook his head. It's difficult to explain. But I believe the Convergence isn't just serving it, they're being influenced by it, perhaps without even realizing. Their obsession with merging realities serves its purpose, not theirs. A troubling thought, Yennefer mused. And one that makes our victory at the observatory seem somewhat less decisive. We prevented its entry this time, Henrik said firmly. That counts for something. This time, Yennefer echoed, her expression grim. They fell silent for a while, each lost in private thoughts as the fire burned lower. Eventually Yennefer spoke again, her tone deliberately casual yet underscored with something Henrik couldn't quite identify. You never answered my question, you know. From days ago. Which one? Henrik asked, genuinely uncertain which conversation she was referencing. About why you're helping us, Yennefer said. You could have fled when the Convergence first targeted you. Left the continent entirely. With your abilities, you could have found safety somewhere beyond their reach. Henrik considered this. It was true that escape had been an option, one that his younger self from his first life might even have considered traitorous to dismiss so easily. Yet he never seriously contemplated running. I suppose I've learned something across 2 lives, he said slowly. Running from darkness doesn't eliminate it, it only gives it time to grow stronger. And facing it alone rarely succeeds. He glanced at her, then at Ciri's sleeping form. Besides, I've developed a certain attachment to this world. To its people. Some more than others. The admission hung between them, more revealing than he'd intended. Yennefer studied him intently, her violet eyes unreadable in the firelight. You speak of attachment with surprising ease for someone who's lost one life already, she observed. Aren't you afraid of losing again? Terrified, Henrik admitted with a small smile. But fear of loss is a poor reason to avoid connection. That's another lesson 2 lifetimes have taught me. Yennefer's expression softened slightly. A painful lesson to learn, I imagine. The most important ones usually are, Henrik replied. She nodded slowly, then turned her gaze back to the fire. We should rest, she said after a moment, though her tone had lost its earlier dismissive quality. Tomorrow will bring its own complications. As Henrik settled onto his bedroll, he found himself strangely content despite the uncertainties that awaited them in Vizima. The dangers hadn't diminished. The convergence remained a threat, Nilfgaard still hunted them, and somewhere between worlds, an ancient entity waited patiently for another opportunity to breach the barriers of reality. Yet for the first time in this second life, he felt truly present, truly engaged. The court mage role he'd occupied for years had been comfortable but ultimately unfulfilling, a way to use his abilities without fully committing his heart to this new existence. Now, with Ciri and Yennefer, he found himself caring deeply about outcomes beyond his own survival or comfort. It was a familiar feeling from his first life, one he'd almost forgotten in the decades since his rebirth. The sensation of standing against darkness not alone, but with companions whose strength complemented his own. With friends. As sleep claimed him, Henrik's last conscious thought was a simple realization. Whatever destiny had brought him to this world, it had finally led him to his purpose within it. And perhaps, to people worth protecting at all costs. Vizima's western gate came into view just after noon the following day. The city walls rose impressively against the clear spring sky, banners snapping in the breeze atop the watchtowers. Guards in Temerian blue patrolled the battlements, their presence notably increased from when Henrik had left the city days earlier. Foltest has heightened security, he observed as they approached cautiously, keeping to the tree line that bordered the main road. The news from the temple must have reached him. Or Nilfgaardian movements near the border, Yennefer suggested. Either way, it complicates our entry. They'll be checking everyone thoroughly. Ciri frowned, eyeing the guarded gate with obvious skepticism. I could get us inside with my power. Find a quiet courtyard or alley to emerge in. And risk magical detection? Yennefer shook her head. Every mage in the city would sense that kind of spatial distortion. We'd draw exactly the attention we're trying to avoid. Henrik considered their options. His position as court mage would likely protect him, but Yennefer and especially Ciri might face difficult questions. Nilfgaardian agents had almost certainly spread rumors about them by now, perhaps even formal accusations of treason or conspiracy. There's a postern gate near the eastern wall, he said finally, used mainly by servants bringing produce from the outlying farms. The guards there are more concerned with smuggled goods than political fugitives. And you know this how? Ciri asked, raising an eyebrow. Henrik smiled slightly. Court mages hear many things, especially those who make a point of knowing all potential exits from their city. They circled wide around Vizima, avoiding the main roads and keeping to the cover of woods and farmland. By mid-afternoon, they approached the eastern side of the city, where the walls were lower and less imposing. True to Henrik's information, a small gate stood partially hidden behind a copse of trees, with only 2 guards visible. Wait here, Henrik instructed. Let me approach alone first. My position should grant me entry without issue, and I can better assess the situation inside. And if you don't return? Yennefer asked pragmatically. Then assume the worst and use Ciri's method after all, he replied. But give me 1 hour. They nodded agreement, though neither woman looked entirely comfortable with the plan. Henrik left the horses with them and approached the gate openly, adopting the confident bearing that had served him well as court mage. The guards straightened as they recognized him, their expressions shifting from boredom to alert respect. Master Henrik, the senior guard exclaimed. We'd heard you were missing, possibly taken by Nilfgaardian agents. Reports of my capture were premature, Henrik replied smoothly. Though not for lack of trying on their part. I've been investigating a matter of some urgency for the king. Of course, sir, the guard said, stepping aside to let him pass. Will you be going directly to the castle? The king has asked to be notified immediately if you returned. Shortly, Henrik said. I have some personal matters to attend to first. Has there been trouble in my absence? The guards exchanged glances. Nilfgaardian diplomats arrived 3 days ago, the younger one volunteered, making all sorts of accusations against you and some sorceress. The kings had them cooling their heels, but there's been tension. I imagine so, Henrik murmured. Thank you for the information. And if you could delay reporting my return for an hour or two, I'd consider it a personal favor. The senior guard frowned slightly but nodded. As you wish, Master Henrik. Though I can't promise others won't recognize you in the city. I'll be discreet, Henrik assured him, and continued through the gate. Once inside, he moved quickly through the winding streets of the Eastern Quarter, a working-class district of tanners, blacksmiths, and other tradespeople. Few paid him any attention. Court mages rarely ventured to this part of the city, and without his formal robes, Henrik passed as merely another well-dressed visitor. He made his way to a narrow townhouse wedged between a cooperage and a silversmith's shop. The building looked unremarkable, its facade plain and well-maintained but not ostentatious. Henrik produced a key from an inner pocket and entered quickly, closing the door firmly behind him. The interior belied the modest exterior. Though not large, the townhouse was comfortably appointed with quality furnishings, extensive bookshelves, and subtle magical enhancements for security and convenience. Henrik had purchased it years ago through discreet intermediaries, a private retreat unknown even to Foltest, where he could conduct research and enjoy occasional solitude away from court politics. Now it would serve as a temporary safe house. Working efficiently, Henrik activated the dwelling's defensive wards and prepared for his companion's arrival. He gathered fresh clothing, medical supplies for Ciri's partially healed wounds, and food from stores kept under preservation spells. Once satisfied with these preparations, he slipped back out into the city, taking a circuitous route to the eastern gate. The guards nodded to him as he passed through again, honoring their promise of discretion. Henrik made his way to where Yennefer and Ciri waited among the trees, both women visibly relieved at his return. The city is on alert, but not sealed, he reported. Nilfgaardian diplomats have arrived, likely seeking to pressure Foltest into surrendering us. But for now, we can enter safely through the same gate. I have a secure location where we can rest and plan our next steps. Your confidence in Foltest's protection seems optimistic, Yennefer observed as they mounted their horses. Foltest is many things, but a fool isn't one of them, Henrik replied. He'll recognize Nilfgaard's actions for what they are, an attempt to eliminate magical practitioners who could oppose Emhyr's ambitions. The question is whether he can afford to defy Nilfgaard openly. They approached the gate with Henrik in the lead, Yennefer and Ciri following close behind with hoods drawn up to shadow their distinctive features. As before, the guards permitted their passage with minimal scrutiny, though Henrik noticed their curious glances at his companions. He led them through back streets and narrow alleys, avoiding the busier thoroughfares where recognition would be more likely. As they reached the townhouse, Henrik felt the familiar tension in his shoulders ease slightly. They weren't safe, not truly, but they had breathing room to assess their situation and plan accordingly. Once inside, with the door locked and additional wards activated, all three visibly relaxed. Impressive, Yennefer commented, examining the magical protections with professional interest. I didn't know court mages were permitted independent residences in Vizima. They're not, officially, Henrik admitted with a small smile. Hence the discretion. Ciri had already moved through the main room, her fighter's instincts prompting her to check exits and defensive positions. Not bad, she concluded, returning from her inspection. Multiple escape routes, good sight lines to the street, and the magical defenses would give us warning of approach. She gave Henrik an appraising look. You've prepared for trouble before. In both lives, Henrik acknowledged, moving to a cabinet where he kept medicinal supplies. Old habits. Now let me see that wound of yours. It's been days since anyone properly treated it. To his surprise, Ciri didn't object, merely sat in the indicated chair and allowed him to examine the sword cut on her thigh. The wound had closed but looked inflamed around the edges, healing, but not as cleanly as it should. There's residual magic inhibiting the healing process, Yennefer observed, coming to look over Henrik's shoulder. Subtle, but present. Henrik nodded agreement. Likely from the blade itself. Some kind of enchantment designed to ensure wounds don't heal quickly. Delightful, Ciri muttered. So they wanted to capture me alive but crippled. A common tactic when pursuing valuable targets, Yennefer said grimly. I can counter it, but it will take both of us. Henrik met her gaze, understanding her intent. Their combined magical approaches, his structured spellwork from his first life blended with her chaos manipulation, would be more effective than either working alone. Ready when you are, he said, placing his hands near the wound without touching it. Yennefer positioned her hands opposite his, and together they began to work. Henrik called upon healing spells from his first life, Episki for the tissue damage, Vulnera Sinenter for the deeper inflammation, while Yennefer channeled purifying chaos energy to neutralize the malignant enchantment. Their magics intertwined, golden light from Henrik's spells merging with violet energy from Yennefer's chaos manipulation. Ciri watched with fascination as the angry redness around her wound gradually faded, healthy pink tissue replacing the inflamed flesh. That's remarkable, she said quietly. I've never seen healing magic work quite like that. Nor had I until recently, Yennefer admitted, carefully withdrawing her power as Henrik completed the healing spells. Your unique approach to magic continues to surprise Henrik. He smiled slightly, sitting back to examine their work. The wound was now a clean, pale scar, fully healed in minutes rather than the weeks it would normally require. There, he said with satisfaction. Good as new, though I'd avoid any acrobatic sword fighting for at least a day to allow the new tissue to strengthen. Ciri flexed her leg experimentally, her eyebrows rising in surprise at the complete absence of pain. Thank you, she said, with genuine gratitude. Both of you. The moment of shared accomplishment created a momentary bubble of camaraderie that Henrik found unexpectedly comforting. But practical concerns quickly reasserted themselves. We should contact Foltest, he said, rising to his feet, before the Nilfgaardian delegation convinces him of some version of events that paints us as traitors. How? Ciri asked practically. Walking into the castle seems unwise at present. I have channels, Henrik replied, moving to a small writing desk in the corner. Trusted intermediaries who can arrange a private audience. As he wrote a carefully worded message, Yennefer explored the townhouse more thoroughly, examining the bookshelves with particular interest. Your collection is eclectic, she observed, running her fingers along the spines. Ancient elven cosmology alongside treatises on dimensional theory. Interesting bedtime reading for a court mage. Henrik sealed his note with a magical sigil that would identify it as genuinely his. I've had questions about my circumstances for many years, he said. Long before the Convergence made themselves known to me. And found answers? Yennefer inquired. Fragments, Henrik admitted. Enough to understand that what happened to me, consciousness transferring intact between worlds, is vanishingly rare, but not entirely unprecedented. There are accounts buried in the oldest texts of others who remembered previous existences in different realities. This caught Ciri's attention. What happened to them? She asked. Henrik's expression grew somber. Most were driven mad by the dissonance between lives. Others were hunted for their unique properties, as vessels or gateways or sources of power. A few simply disappeared. The texts speculate they found ways to return to their original worlds or perhaps traveled to new ones entirely. Yet you've remained sane, Yennefer observed. And rooted in this world, despite your memories of another. I was fortunate, Henrik said, moving to the window to signal a street boy who ran errands for him occasionally. I was reborn as an infant, giving me time to integrate both sets of memories as I grew. And I found purpose here, first in understanding my situation, then in serving as court mage. The boy appeared below, and Henrik dropped his sealed message along with a few coins, The child caught both deftly, nodded his understanding of the unspoken instructions, and disappeared into the warren of streets. How long until Foltest responds? Ciri asked, accepting a glass of wine from Yennefer, who had located Henrik's modest cellar. Hours, most likely, Henrik replied, turning back from the window. He'll want to consider his options carefully. In the meantime, we should rest and prepare for any eventuality. They spent the afternoon in relative comfort, each processing the events of recent days in their own way. Ciri napped briefly, then practiced controlled sword exercises that wouldn't strain her newly healed leg. Yennefer immersed herself in Henrik's books, occasionally making notes, or asking pointed questions about specific texts. Henrik himself meditated, centering his magic and replenishing energies depleted by days of conflict and the healing work. As evening approached, the anticipated response arrived, not as a written message, but in the form of a hooded figure slipping through the door after giving the prearranged knock. Captain Marek removed his concealing cloak once inside, his expression grim but respectful. "Master Henrik," he said with a short bow. "The king sends his compliments and requests your immediate presence." "Alone?" he added, glancing at Yennefer and Ciri. Henrik had expected as much. "When and where?" "Now. The Royal Hunting Lodge outside the city." Marek lowered his voice. "The castle is being watched too closely. The Nilfgaardians have spies everywhere." "I understand." Henrik turned to his companions. "Stay here. Maintain the wards. I'll return as soon as I can with news of Foltest's position." "And if you don't return?" Ciri asked, unconsciously echoing Yennefer's earlier question. Henrik smiled slightly. "Then you'll have your answer about Temeria's stance, won't you?" The Royal Hunting Lodge stood in a forested estate 3 miles from Vizima's walls, close enough for convenience but far enough for privacy when the king wished to escape court protocols. Built of sturdy timber with stone foundations, it projected rustic elegance rather than ostentatious grandeur. Henrik and Marek approached on horseback, taking a circuitous route through darkening woods to avoid potential observation. As they neared the lodge, Henrik noted the discreet but substantial security presence, royal guards positioned strategically among the trees, magical warning wards shimmering faintly to his sensitive perception. Foltest awaited them in the lodge's main hall, standing before a roaring fire with a goblet of wine in hand. As always, the king of Temeria cut an impressive figure, tall and broad-shouldered, with intelligent eyes set in a face that balanced nobility with approachability. He turned as Henrik entered, dismissing the guards with a gesture that left them alone save for Marek at the door. "My wayward court mage returns," Foltest observed, his tone neutral but his gaze sharp. "With quite a tale to tell, I imagine." Henrik bowed respectfully. "Your Majesty, I apologize for my unexpected absence." "Unexpected?" Foltest raised an eyebrow. "Is that what we're calling it when my chief magical advisor disappears after destroying an ancient temple, only to resurface days later after reportedly engaging in a magical battle at a remote observatory that lit up the night sky for miles around?" Despite the gravity of the situation, Henrik felt a smile tugging at his lips. Foltest had always possessed a talent for cutting to the heart of matters. "A fair characterization," he conceded. "Though I would add that these events were necessitated by threats to the kingdom that required immediate attention. So I gathered from your note." Foltest gestured for Henrik to join him by the fire. "Interdimensional cults. Nilfgaardian magisters. Entities from beyond reality. Ambitious claims, Henrik, even for a man of your abilities. Yet true nonetheless," Henrik replied, accepting the goblet of wine Foltest poured for him. "The Convergence cult has existed for centuries, but recently accelerated their efforts to breach the barriers between worlds. Their ritual at the temple was a preliminary attempt. The observatory was to be their masterwork. And Nilfgaard's involvement? Magister Taros oversees their interest in the Convergence's activities. Whether Imhir fully understands the consequences of what they attempt is unclear, but he's certainly sanctioned their cooperation." Foltest considered this, swirling the wine in his goblet thoughtfully. "The Nilfgaardian delegation tells a different story. They claim you've conspired with foreign sorceresses to destabilize relations between our kingdoms. That you've engaged in forbidden magical research that threatens the safety of the continent. A predictable inversion of the truth, Henrik noted, though not without a certain ironic creativity. Indeed. Foltest's lips quirked in a brief smile before his expression grew serious again. They're demanding your surrender, along with Yennefer of Vengerberg and a young woman they claim is a dangerous fugitive. Cirilla of Sintra. Henrik supplied. Imhir's biological daughter, though raised by others. She possesses unique abilities that the Convergence wishes to exploit. Foltest's eyebrows rose. The missing lion cub? Alive and in my kingdom? He shook his head in amazement. The political implications alone are staggering. Which is precisely why I brought this matter directly to you, Your Majesty, Henrik said. The decisions required extend far beyond my authority as court mage. Diplomatic? Foltest observed dryly. Yet you've already made decisions with significant political consequences, Henrik. The question now is how Temeria should respond. This was the crucial moment, the point at which Henrik would learn whether his years of loyal service had earned Foltest's trust or whether political expediency would dictate their fate. If I may speak frankly, Your Majesty, Henrik began carefully, I would expect nothing less. Foltest replied. The Convergence's activities represent an existential threat to all kingdoms, not just Temeria. What I witnessed through the dimensional rift they created was beyond conventional dangers. If they succeed in breaching the barriers permanently, no amount of political maneuvering will matter. You truly believe the threat is of that magnitude? Henrik met Foltest's gaze steadily. I do. And I believe Nilfgaard's willingness to ally with such forces demonstrates Imhir's fundamental disregard for anything beyond his own power. Today he demands 3 people he considers threats. Tomorrow, emboldened by success, what else might he demand? Foltest nodded slowly, his expression thoughtful. You make a compelling case. He set his goblet down with finality. Very well. Temeria will not surrender you or your companions to Nilfgaard. I'll inform their delegation that we consider their accusations baseless and their demands an overreach of diplomatic convention. Relief washed through Henrik, though he maintained his composure. Thank you, Your Majesty. Don't thank me yet, Foltest cautioned. This decision will have consequences. Imhir isn't known for accepting diplomatic rebuffs gracefully. No, Henrik agreed. But it buys us time to prepare, both for Nilfgaard's response and for the Convergence's next attempt. You believe they'll try again? Without question, Henrik said grimly. We disrupted their ritual and destroyed their artifact, but we didn't eliminate their leadership entirely. Madame Vex may have departed, but Magister Taros survived. And there are others within the organization whose identities remain unknown. Foltest paced thoughtfully before the fire. What do you need? He asked finally. The question took Henrik slightly by surprise. He had expected protection, perhaps even tacit approval for continued investigation, but not open-ended support. Access to the royal archives, he said after a moment's consideration. Particularly the sealed sections containing pre-conjunction records. And your permission to work openly with Yennefer and Cirilla, including use of the castle's magical facilities. The Lodge won't be pleased about you collaborating with Yennefer, Foltest noted. Philippa Eilhart has already expressed concerns about your unorthodox magical practices. Philippa's concerns are noted, Henrik replied diplomatically. But in this instance, conventional magical approaches alone will be insufficient. The combination of my unique perspective, Yennefer's expertise, and Ciri's elder blood abilities represents our best chance of countering the Convergence effectively. Foltest studied him thoughtfully. You've changed, Henrik. There's a certainty to you that wasn't there before. This experience has affected you deeply. Henrik couldn't deny it. The events of the past days had indeed transformed something fundamental within him, awakening purpose and connection that had lain dormant through much of this second life. I've been reminded of what it means to fight for something beyond myself, he acknowledged. To face darkness not from obligation, but conviction. A powerful motivation, Foltest observed. And one I'll support, for Temeria's sake as well as the broader good. He extended his hand. You have what you've asked for, Henrik. Use it well. Henrik clasped the offered hand, feeling the weight of trust and expectation in the gesture. Thank you, Your Majesty. I will. As he rode back to Vizima with Marek, the night air cool against his face, Henrik felt both burden and purpose settle more firmly upon his shoulders. Foltest's support removed one immediate threat but confirmed the seriousness of their situation. Temeria would stand against Nilfgaard's demands, at least initially, but the resulting tensions would only increase the pressure on them to produce results. And beyond politics lay the greater threat, the entity he'd glimpsed between worlds, patient and hungry, waiting for another opportunity to breach reality's barriers. When he returned to the townhouse, Henrik found Yennefer and Ciri waiting tensely, both clearly prepared for either flight or fight depending on his news. The relief on their faces when he reported Foltest's decision was palpable. So we have royal protection, Ciri summarized, sheathing the sword she'd been holding ready. For now. And resources, Henrik added. Access to the archives, the castle's magical facilities. Foltest understands the magnitude of what we're facing. Or at least, he trusts your assessment of it, Yennefer observed shrewdly. A significant distinction, but useful nonetheless. They spent the remainder of the evening discussing next steps, research priorities, security measures, ways to identify remaining Convergence members who might have infiltrated Vizima. The conversation flowed naturally between them, each contributing insights from their unique experiences and abilities. As midnight approached, Yennefer produced the small cloth-wrapped shard Henrik had taken from the destroyed orb at the observatory. We should examine this more closely, she suggested. It may provide insights into the entity you glimpsed between worlds. Henrik nodded agreement, though with some trepidation. The fragment had remained dormant since he'd collected it, but something about it troubled him, a subtle wrongness that his magical senses detected whenever he handled it. They cleared the dining table and laid out protective wards before unwrapping the shard. In the lamplight, it gleamed with unnatural iridescence, the wisp of mist within swirling lazily as though stirred by their attention. Careful, Henrik cautioned as Ciri leaned closer to observe it. It may retain some of the original artifact's properties. Yennefer passed her hand slowly above the fragment, her violet eyes narrowing in concentration. It's aware, she said softly. Not fully conscious, but not merely magical residue either. A fragment of intelligence, perhaps. Can you communicate with it? Ciri asked. Possibly, Henrik replied. Though the risk is considerable. Yennefer finished for him. But so is remaining ignorant of what we truly face. After a moment's consideration, Henrik nodded. Together, then? You channel, I'll structure the contact. Ciri, stand ready to disrupt the connection if anything seems amiss. Yennefer placed her fingertips delicately on the table's edge, not touching the shard directly but near enough to channel energy toward it. Henrik positioned his hands similarly on the opposite side, then closed his eyes, drawing on occlumency techniques from his first life to prepare his mind for contact with an alien consciousness. Together, they extended their magical awareness toward the fragment, Yennefer providing the raw power, Henrik shaping it into a controlled probe designed to establish communication without allowing reciprocal access to their own minds. For several long moments, nothing happened. Then, with startling suddenness, the mist within the shard expanded, pressing against its crystalline prison as though testing for weaknesses. It's responding, Yennefer murmured, her voice tight with concentration. Henrik focused more intensely, refining their magical probe to communicate a simple concept, identity. Who are you? The response came not as words but as a cascade of images and sensations that flooded into their shared magical consciousness, vast, empty spaces between stars, the birth and death of universes witnessed from outside time, hunger without beginning or end, patient malevolence old beyond comprehension. And a name, or rather, the concept of a name, Harbinger. Henrik broke the connection with a gasp, perspiration beading his forehead from the mental effort. Yennefer looked similarly affected, her normally perfect composure shaken. "Did you see?" she began. "Yes," Henrik confirmed grimly. "It calls itself Harbinger. A herald of something larger, I think. Not the entity itself, but its emissary. It's ancient," Yennefer said, her voice unnaturally quiet. "Older than the conjunction. Perhaps older than this world itself." Ciri, who had observed their reactions with growing concern, leaned forward. "What does it want?" "To enter," Henrik replied simply. "To open the way for what follows. It exists between realities and seeks consumption. Experience through absorption. The convergence is its cult," Yennefer realized. "Perhaps unwittingly, but effectively. They work toward its entry believing they seek evolutionary advancement, when in fact they're merely preparing their world for consumption." "And Madame Vex?" Ciri asked. "What happened to her at the observatory?" Henrik and Yennefer exchanged troubled glances. "I believe," Henrik said carefully, "that she was never entirely herself. At least, not toward the end. The entity, Harbinger, was working through her, using her as a vessel for its influence in our world." "Like possession?" Ciri's hand moved unconsciously to her sword hilt. "More subtle," Yennefer corrected. "A gradual replacement. The woman was probably gone long before her body disappeared." They all looked at the innocuous-seeming shard with new wariness. Even this tiny fragment contained an echo of something vast and malevolent, a consciousness so alien that mere glimpses of it had left two powerful magical practitioners shaken. "We should secure it," Henrik decided. "More thoroughly than simple wrapping." From a cabinet, he retrieved a small box lined with lead and inscribed with protective runes. After additional warding spells from both himself and Yennefer, they sealed the shard inside, placing the box within a larger chest that Henrik then locked with both conventional and magical means. "Will that hold it?" Ciri asked. "It should prevent further communication or influence," Henrik replied. "Though I wouldn't want to test its containment over decades." "Then we'd best solve this problem more permanently," Yennefer said with grim determination. "Before decades become relevant." They retired soon after, the day's revelations weighing heavily on all three. Henrik offered the townhouse's 2 bedrooms to his companions, preparing to sleep in the study himself. To his surprise, Ciri insisted he take his own bedroom. "I prefer the study anyway," she said. "Better sightlines to both exits, and I'm used to sleeping lightly." Her practical assessment left no room for argument, and Henrik was too exhausted to insist. As he prepared for sleep, his mind continued processing the day's developments, Foltest's support, the fragment's disturbing revelations, and the growing sense that the three of them stood at a pivotal moment in this world's history. He was nearly asleep when a soft knock at his door roused him. Opening it, he found Yennefer standing there, still fully dressed, her expression troubled. "I've been thinking about what we saw," she said without preamble. "About Harbinger. There was something familiar about it, though I can't place why." Henrik nodded, stepping back to allow her entry. "I felt it too. As though I'd encountered something similar before, though certainly not of that magnitude." "In your previous life, perhaps?" Yennefer suggested, seating herself in the room's single chair while Henrik sat on the edge of the bed. He considered this, sifting through memories of a world away and a lifetime ago. "Possibly," he said slowly. "There were entities in my original world that fed on human emotions or experiences. Dementors, they were called. They consumed happiness, leaving despair in their wake. This feels larger," Yennefer observed. "More cosmic in scale." "Without question," Henrik agreed. "But perhaps similar in fundamental nature, if not scope. A parasite that exists by consuming aspects of sentient experience." They talked for hours, comparing insights and forming theories, their shared intellectual curiosity temporarily overshadowing the day's exhaustion. Henrik found himself enjoying the exchange immensely. Yennefer's mind was formidable, her perspectives often challenging his own in ways that led to deeper understanding. Eventually, the conversation drifted from the immediate threat to broader philosophical questions about the nature of consciousness across multiple realities. Henrik found himself sharing more details of his previous life than he had with anyone in this world, describing Hogwarts and the Ministry of Magic, explaining Quidditch, which made Yennefer laugh in disbelief, and recounting his battles against Voldemort. In turn, Yennefer revealed more of her own past, her difficult childhood, her transformation at Aretuza, her centuries of searching for ways to reverse her infertility. That's why you care so deeply for Ciri, Henrik realized. She became the daughter you couldn't have biologically. Yennefer's expression softened in a way he had rarely seen. She was never a replacement or a substitute, she said quietly. She was simply herself. Extraordinary. Deserving of love and protection. She still is, Henrik observed gently. Yes. Yennefer smiled faintly. Though she'd likely hex me for saying so. She values her independence fiercely. I can't imagine where she might have learned that trait. Henrik teased, earning a mock glare from Yennefer that quickly dissolved into a genuine smile. The easy intimacy of the moment surprised them both. Yennefer rose somewhat abruptly, smoothing her dress in a gesture that seemed more about regaining composure than actual necessity. It's late, she observed. We should rest. Tomorrow brings new challenges. Henrik nodded, though reluctant to end their conversation. Thank you, he said as she moved toward the door. For sharing your thoughts. Your perspective is valuable to me. Yennefer paused, her hand on the doorframe. For a moment, she seemed about to say something more, something personal beyond their theoretical discussions. Instead, she simply nodded. Good night, Henrik, she said softly, and was gone. As Henrik finally drifted toward sleep, he found himself contemplating the unexpected turns his second life had taken, from cautious court mage to defender against interdimensional threats, from solitary researcher to part of an unlikely trio bound by common purpose and growing personal connections. Whatever came next, Nilfgaardian reprisals, convergence schemes, or Harbinger's patient malevolence, he would face it not alone, but alongside two extraordinary women whose strength and complexity continued to surprise and impress him. For the first time since awakening in this world with memories of another life intact, Henrik felt not just purpose, but genuine belonging. And perhaps, he admitted to himself as sleep claimed him, something more, a tentative hope that this second chance at life might hold possibilities for connection he never anticipated. Chapter 3. Converging Hearts. Dawn broke over Vizima with bands of crimson and gold stretching across the sky, beautiful, yet reminiscent enough of blood and fire to make Henrik pause at his bedroom window. After a lifetime in each of two worlds, he developed a healthy respect for omens, whether magical or merely poetic. 3 weeks had passed since their return to the city. 3 weeks of research in dusty archives, of careful political maneuvering, of strengthening bonds between three people who had begun as reluctant allies and were becoming something far more complex. The Nilfgaardian delegation had departed Vizima in a calculated show of diplomatic outrage after Foltest formally declined their demands. Their ambassador's parting words, "The Emperor's memory is long, and his reach longer still," hung over the court like a gathering storm. Intelligence reports suggested Nilfgaardian troops were massing near the southern border, though whether for invasion or mere intimidation remained unclear. Of the convergence cult, there had been disquieting silence. Their known agents had vanished from Temeria entirely, and reports from Foltest spies in neighboring kingdoms indicated similar withdrawals. It wasn't defeat, Henrik knew better than to believe that. It was regrouping, consolidation, preparation for something larger. A soft knock at his bedroom door pulled him from his contemplation. "Come," he called, turning from the window. Ciri entered, already dressed for the day in practical leather breeches and a simple white shirt, her ashen hair pulled back in a loose braid. The formal gown she'd worn to court the previous evening, a concession to royal protocol that she'd complained about bitterly, was nowhere in evidence. "You're brooding again," she observed with the directness that characterized most of her interactions. "Bad habit. Creates wrinkles." Henrik smiled despite himself. Speaking from experience? Obviously. She gestured to her smooth, youthful face with mock seriousness. Centuries of careful non-brooding. These moments of lightness had become more frequent as they'd settled into a rhythm of work and companionship. Ciri, for all her hard-won wariness and combat skills, possessed a dry humor that emerged when she felt secure. It reminded Henrik somewhat of Ginny from his first life, that same blend of toughness and unexpected wit. Yennefer sent me, Ciri continued, her expression growing more serious. She's found something in the archives. Something important, apparently. Did she say what? Ciri shook her head. Only that we should meet her in the North Tower immediately. She seemed unsettled. That was concerning. In the weeks they'd worked together, Henrik had come to recognize that very little truly unsettled Yennefer of Vengerberg. Intrigued her, angered her, occasionally delighted her, yes. But genuine disquiet was rare. Let's not keep her waiting, then, he said, reaching for his court mage's formal robe, a concession to protocol he maintained despite Foltest's relaxed attitude toward his unconventional magical advisor. They made their way through the castle's winding corridors, nodding to guards and courtiers as they passed. Their presence had become a familiar sight over recent weeks, though Henrik still noted the mixture of respect, curiosity, and wariness that followed them, particularly Ciri, whose distinctive appearance and mysterious background generated endless speculation among the court. The North Tower housed Temeria's royal archives, including the sealed section containing pre-conjunction texts and artifacts. It was here that they had spent much of their time, searching for information about interdimensional entities like Harbinger and historical precedents for the weakening of barriers between worlds. They found Yennefer in a small, circular room at the top of the tower, surrounded by ancient scrolls and codices spread across a massive oak table. Mage-like globes hovered near the ceiling, providing steady illumination that wouldn't damage the fragile documents. Her raven hair was tied back from her face, and she wore a simple black dress rather than her usual elaborate attire, practical clothing for research work. She looked up as they entered, violet eyes intense with discovery and concern. "Good you're here," she said without preamble. "I've found records of Harbinger. Or at least, something very like it." Henrik moved immediately to her side, scanning the open texts. Most were written in Elder speech, with a few in even older languages he recognized but couldn't fully read. "Here," Yennefer said, pointing to a particular scroll, its parchment so ancient it had taken on an amber hue. "This predates the conjunction by at least a millennium. It describes an entity that exists between worlds, feeding on the essence of reality itself." Henrik leaned closer, translating the faded text with effort. "The Devourer between stars," he read. "Harbinger of the Hollow. It comes first as whisper, then as dream, finally as flesh. It gets worse," Yennefer continued, sliding another document forward, this one a codex bound in what appeared to be pale leather but felt wrong to Henrik's touch. "This account from early post-conjunction describes a cult similar to the Convergence. They managed to create a partial manifestation of this Harbinger before being stopped by a coalition of human and elven mages." "What happened?" Ciri asked, moving to stand on Yennefer's other side. "They sacrificed themselves," Yennefer replied grimly. "All 7 of the most powerful mages, giving their life energy to seal the breach between worlds." Henrik felt a chill run through him. 7 lives to stop a partial manifestation," he murmured. "And the Convergence now seeks to create a complete one. But that's not the most troubling part," Yennefer said, turning to a marked page in the Codex. "According to this account, Harbinger is merely an extension, a probe, if you will, of something vastly larger. Something the text calls the Hollow One that exists beyond all realities. And it's hungry," Ciri said quietly, reading over Yennefer's shoulder. "It consumes not just life, but possibility itself. Entire worlds and their potential futures." The 3 stood in silence for a moment, absorbing the magnitude of what they faced. Not just a threat to their world, but to all worlds, a cosmic predator seeking entry through weakened barriers between realities. "There's more," Yennefer said finally. The text mentions 3 key elements required for a full manifestation: the Twiceborn, the World Walker, and the Void Vessel. The first 2 are obvious, Henrik said, gesturing to himself and Ciri. I've lived 2 lives in different worlds. Ciri can travel between realities. And the Void Vessel? Ciri asked, though her expression suggested she already suspected the answer. A prepared receptacle, Yennefer explained, her voice clinical despite the horror of what she described. A living being modified to host a fragment of the entity. Someone like Madame Vex, Henrik finished. Though she may not be the only one. The entire Convergence leadership could be similarly prepared. Including Magister Taros? Ciri suggested. Henrik considered this. Possibly. Though his interest seemed more academic, evolutionary magical theory rather than devotion to an interdimensional entity. Men like Taros often don't recognize when they're being used, Yennefer observed. Their intellectual arrogance blinds them to manipulation. Henrik couldn't disagree. He'd seen similar patterns with wizards in his first life. Brilliant minds so convinced of their own superiority that they became unwitting pawns in larger schemes. The critical question, he said, redirecting the conversation, is whether these texts mention how to stop a full manifestation once it's begun. 7 mages sacrificing themselves isn't a solution I find particularly appealing. Yennefer's lips quirked slightly despite the gravity of their discussion. I should hope not. She tapped another document, this one a thin volume bound in midnight blue fabric. This is more promising. It suggests the entity requires a stable connection between worlds to fully manifest, a permanent bridge rather than a temporary rift. Like the one they were trying to create at the observatory, Ciri noted. Exactly. If we can prevent that bridge from forming, or collapse it quickly if it begins to form, we can prevent full manifestation. Henrik nodded slowly. And the Convergence needs both Ciri and me to create that bridge. Our unique connections to other realities serve as anchor points. So we simply avoid being captured, Ciri said with grim humor. Simple enough. If only, Yennefer replied. The text suggests that once the initial ritual reaches a certain point, the entity can pull its needed components toward itself. Distance becomes irrelevant. Wonderful, Ciri muttered. So even my ability to jump between worlds wouldn't help. Not once the ritual begins, Henrik confirmed, studying the texts more closely. But these accounts suggest something else, something we might use. He tapped a passage in the blue volume. Here. It says the Hollow One cannot perceive individual consciousness directly. It senses patterns and possibilities, not specific minds. How does that help us? Ciri asked skeptically. Because it means we can shield ourselves. Henrik explained, the beginnings of an idea forming. Not physically, but mentally. If we can mask our unique signatures, disguise the very qualities that make us valuable to the ritual, we might render ourselves useless as components. Yennefer's eyes lit with understanding. A magical dampening field, she said, nodding slowly. Not to suppress our powers entirely, but to obscure them from detection. I could help design it. Henrik continued, growing more animated as the concept developed. My experience with the clemency from my first life, combined with this world's chaos manipulation, could create something entirely new. Yennefer finished, her excitement matching his. A shield not just for mind or body, but for our very magical essence. Ciri looked between them, her expression caught between hope and skepticism. And this would prevent the Convergence from using us in their ritual? In theory, Henrik admitted. Though we need to test it carefully. Any shield can be broken with sufficient force. Still, it's more than we had an hour ago, Ciri said pragmatically. A potential defense and a better understanding of what we're facing. The 3 spent the remainder of the morning developing Henrik's concept, combining theoretical approaches from multiple magical traditions. Yennefer contributed her extensive knowledge of chaos manipulation and mental shielding techniques from the Aretuza curriculum. Ciri offered practical insights from her experiences traversing realities, describing how different worlds felt. to her perceptions and how she navigated between them. Henrik found himself enjoying the collaborative process immensely. In his first life, he had often worked alongside brilliant friends. Hermione's systematic intelligence and Ron's practical creativity had complemented his own intuitive approach to problems. Here, he experienced something similar but uniquely different. Yennefer's centuries of magical knowledge paired with Ciri's extraordinary perspective as someone who had walked between countless worlds. By midday, they had developed a preliminary design for what Henrik termed an essence mask, a magical construct that would obscure the unique qualities that made them valuable to the convergence ritual without suppressing their actual abilities. "We'll need to test it," Yennefer said as they prepared to break for lunch. "Preferably against someone with significant magical sensitivity who isn't aware of what we're attempting." "The court wizard from Redania is visiting," Henrik suggested. "Alphonse has remarkable perceptive abilities when it comes to magical signatures. If we can fool him, then we might fool Harbinger," Ciri concluded. "Worth trying, at least." They arranged to meet again later that afternoon in Henrik's workshop within the castle, a large chamber equipped for magical experimentation, with appropriate safeguards and privacy. As they left the archive tower, Ciri departed to meet with the sword master who had been helping her refine her fighting techniques, leaving Henrik and Yennefer to walk alone through the castle gardens. Spring had fully established itself, transforming the royal grounds into a tapestry of color and fragrance. Flowering trees shed delicate petals that danced on the breeze, and carefully tended beds displayed blooms from across the northern kingdoms and beyond. "You seem more at ease here than when we first met," Yennefer observed as they strolled along a gravel path bordered by blue irises and white lilies. Henrik considered this. "I suppose I am," he admitted. "For years, I maintained a careful distance, performing my duties as court mage adequately but never fully engaging. Recent events have changed that perspective. Near-death experiences often do," Yennefer remarked dryly. Henrik smiled. "It's more than that. It's finding purpose. Connection." He glanced at her. "In both my lives, I've discovered that what gives existence meaning isn't power or knowledge, but relationships. People worth fighting for." Something flickered across Yennefer's expression, a vulnerability quickly masked. "A romantic notion. Perhaps," Henrik acknowledged. "But no less true for being romantic." They walked in silence for a moment, the only sounds the crunch of gravel beneath their feet and birdsong from the flowering trees above. "You've surprised me," Yennefer said finally, her voice softer than usual. "When I first sought you out, I expected to find either a fraud or a dangerous anomaly. Instead—" She trailed off, seeming to search for words. "Instead?" Henrik prompted gently. She met his eyes directly, violet meeting green with uncharacteristic openness. "Instead, I found someone who understands what it means to be different without being defined by that difference. Someone who carries extraordinary burdens yet remains fundamentally kind." The admission clearly cost her something in terms of her carefully maintained composure. Henrik, recognizing both the effort and the significance, simply nodded. "High praise from Yennefer of Vengerberg," he said with a small smile. "I'll treasure it appropriately." Her lips curved in response, the moment of vulnerability passing but not forgotten. "See that you do. Such compliments are rarer than phoenix feathers." They continued their walk, conversation shifting to more practical matters regarding their afternoon's work. But something had changed between them, a subtle shift in their relationship's foundation that both recognized without needing to name it directly. Henrik's workshop occupied the entirety of a small tower on the castle's western side. Unlike the formal receiving room where he conducted official business as court mage, this space reflected his true working methods, a blend of this world's chaotic approach to magic and the more structured techniques he remembered from his first life. Workbenches lined the circular walls, covered with an eclectic assortment of equipment, conventional alchemical apparatus alongside devices of his own design that combined principles from both magical traditions. Bookshelves held texts from across the northern kingdoms and beyond, many annotated with his observations. At the center of the room stood a large circular platform inlaid with symbols from multiple magical systems, a casting circle designed for experimental spellwork. Ciri arrived shortly after Henrik and Yennefer, accompanied somewhat unexpectedly by Captain Marek. "He has news," she explained tersely as they entered. "Thought you should hear it immediately." Marek bowed respectfully to Henrik and Yennefer. "Forgive the intrusion, Master Henrik, but our scouts have reported unusual movements near the southern border." "Nilfgaardian troops?" Henrik asked, though he suspected the answer was more complicated. "Yes and no," Marek replied. "There is military activity, but it's focused around a particular location, an ancient standing stone circle about 15 miles south of the border. The troops appear to be protecting something rather than preparing for invasion." Henrik exchanged significant glances with Yennefer and Ciri. Standing stones were often situated on magical convergence points, places where the veils between worlds naturally thinned. "Any sign of magical practitioners among them?" Yennefer asked sharply. Marek nodded. "The scout reports individuals in robes directing some kind of construction around the central stones. And—" he hesitated. "Go on," Henrik encouraged. "This may sound strange, but the scout swears the sky above the site looks wrong. Distorted somehow, as though viewed through curved glass." Another meaningful exchange of glances between the three. A distortion in the very fabric of reality, precisely what they would expect if preparations for a major ritual were underway. "How long until the new moon?" Henrik asked, though he already knew the answer. 3 days, Yennefer replied. Hardly coincidental timing. "No," Henrik agreed grimly. "It seems the Convergence has found a new ritual site, with Nilfgaardian protection to ensure they aren't interrupted this time. And we walked right into it," Ciri said, her expression darkening. "They're not trying to capture us anymore. They're setting a trap they know we'll spring because we can't afford not to." Henrik couldn't disagree with her assessment. The Convergence had clearly shifted strategies. Rather than pursuing them directly, they were establishing conditions that would force intervention. "Thank you, Captain," Henrik said to Marek. "Please inform the king of these developments. Tell him I'll provide a full assessment after we've considered the implications." After Marek departed, the three gathered around Henrik's planning table, where maps of the border regions were quickly spread out. "Here," Yennefer said, pointing to a location marked with ancient runes. "The Vanaran stones. Elven in origin, predating human settlement in the region by centuries. They're situated at a nexus of 5 ley lines. Perfect for ritual magic," Henrik observed. "Especially anything involving interdimensional energies. And conveniently located in disputed territory," Ciri added. "Technically not in Temeria, but not fully in Nilfgaard either. Diplomatically complex for Foltest to send forces there. Which they're counting on," Yennefer said. "By the time diplomatic channels clear the way for intervention, the ritual will be complete." Henrik studied the map, considering options and constraints. "We can't wait for official sanction," he said finally. "Nor can we risk bringing a large force that might trigger broader conflict with Nilfgaard. So we go ourselves," Ciri concluded matter-of-factly. "The three of us against whatever forces they've assembled." Her tone was remarkably calm for someone proposing what amounted to a suicide mission. "Not quite that dramatic," Henrik corrected with a small smile. "We'll need some support, but yes, ultimately, the three of us represent the best chance of disrupting the ritual. Our combined abilities are uniquely suited to countering interdimensional magic. And if they're counting on our presence to complete the ritual?" Yennefer challenged, though her expression suggested she already accepted the necessity of their involvement. "Then we accelerate our work on the essence masks," Henrik replied. "Make them operational before we confront the Convergence." Ciri nodded decisively. "Then let's get started. 3 days isn't much time." They worked through the afternoon and well into the evening, refining the theoretical framework for the essence masks and beginning the complex process of creating the actual magical constructs. The task required extraordinary precision, balancing the need to shield their unique qualities without hampering their ability to access their powers when needed. By midnight, exhaustion forced them to pause. They had made significant progress but faced challenges integrating the different magical approaches required for each of their unique situations. Henrik's mask needed to conceal his dual-world nature, Ciri's had to obscure her elder blood abilities, and Yennefer's required subtler adjustments to prevent her from being used as a conduit for the immense magical energies the ritual would generate. "We should rest," Yennefer said, noting Ciri's unsuccessful attempt to stifle a yawn. "Fresh minds will solve these integration problems more effectively than tired ones." They agreed to reconvene at dawn and departed the workshop together. The castle corridors were quiet at this hour, with only the occasional guard on night patrol nodding respectfully as they passed. When they reached the junction where their paths would separate, Henrik to the eastern wing where his official quarters were located, Yennefer and Ciri to the guest apartments in the southern tower. Ciri surprised both of them. "I need to check something in the armory," she announced abruptly. "Don't wait up." Before either could respond, she was gone, moving with the fluid grace that characterized all her movements. Henrik and Yennefer exchanged bemused glances. "Subtle as a charging fiend," Yennefer observed dryly. "She means well," Henrik replied with a small smile, though her matchmaking technique could use refinement. The acknowledgement of Ciri's transparent attempt to leave them alone together hung in the air between them, either awkward nor unwelcome, simply acknowledged. "Walk with me a while longer," Yennefer suggested. "I find I'm not quite ready for solitude just yet." They made their way to one of the castle's balconies that offered a view over Vizima's nightscape, a tapestry of muted lights and shadowed buildings under a clear, star-filled sky. A cool breeze carried the mingled scents of the city, wood smoke, flowers from the royal gardens below, and the faint tang of the lake beyond the walls. "I've been thinking about what happens after," Yennefer said after they had stood in comfortable silence for several minutes. "If we succeed in stopping the ritual and defeating the convergence." "A healthy optimism," Henrik noted with gentle humor. "I approve." She smiled briefly before her expression grew more serious. "The threat wouldn't end with one victory. As long as the barriers between worlds continue to thin, entities like Harbinger will seek entry. And as long as you and Ciri exist with your unique abilities, you'll remain targets." "True enough," Henrik acknowledged, though the same could be said of many struggles. Permanent solutions to fundamental conflicts are rare in any world. "Also true," Yennefer conceded. "But it raises questions about our paths forward." She turned to face him directly. "The three of us have formed an effective alliance against this specific threat. But alliances typically dissolve once their primary purpose is achieved." Henrik studied her in the moonlight, struck by both her beauty and the careful vulnerability in her expression. Yennefer rarely revealed uncertainty or sought reassurance, yet he sensed that's precisely what lay beneath her measured words. "Some alliances," he said carefully, "evolve into something more enduring. Particularly when they're built on more than mere convenience or shared enemies." "And is that what you believe we have?" she asked, her violet eyes intent on his. "Something more than circumstantial alignment?" Henrik considered the question seriously, knowing Yennefer would accept nothing less than complete honesty. "I believe," he said finally, "that in 2 lifetimes, I've rarely encountered anyone who challenges and compliments me as you do. Whether that forms a basis for something enduring beyond our current crisis, that's a question I find myself increasingly interested in exploring." Yennefer's expression softened, the careful mask of control she typically maintained slipping to reveal genuine emotion beneath. "A diplomatically phrased sentiment," she observed, though her tone held warmth rather than criticism. "Though I suppose court mages must cultivate such skills." "Perhaps," Henrik acknowledged with a smile. "Though I find directness has its place as well." "Then allow me to be direct," Yennefer said, moving a step closer. "I have lived for centuries, Henrik. I have known powerful mages, kings, warriors, men of extraordinary ability and charm. Yet none has intrigued me quite as you have. Your unique perspective, your quiet strength, your fundamentally decent nature despite all you've endured, these are rare qualities in any world, I suspect." The admission hung between them, honest and unadorned. Henrik felt something shift within him, a final acceptance that this second life wasn't merely an epilogue to his first, but a genuine opportunity for new connections, new possibilities. He reached out, his fingers gently brushing a strand of raven hair from her face. "We face uncertain days ahead," he said softly. "But whatever comes, I'm grateful our paths converged." Yennefer leaned slightly into his touch, her customary guardedness temporarily set aside. "As am I," she replied, her voice equally soft. The moment stretched between them, fragile, precious, and complete in itself. Neither pushed for more, both recognizing that what was building between them deserved the space to develop naturally, without the urgency of impending crisis forcing premature declarations. Eventually, they parted with simple goodnights, each returning to their separate quarters. But something had fundamentally shifted in their relationship, an acknowledgement of possibilities that both found equally compelling and worth protecting in the dangerous days ahead. The following morning brought renewed focus and urgency to their work. With clear evidence that the convergence was preparing for a major ritual at the Vanneran Stones, they redoubled their efforts to complete the essence masks and develop a strategy for intervention. Henrik presented their findings to Foltest in a private audience, securing the king's reluctant permission for their unsanctioned mission into the disputed border territory. Though officially, Foltest made clear, he could neither authorize nor acknowledge their actions. "Plausible deniability," Ciri had remarked afterward with a cynical smile. "A universal constant across worlds, apparently." By evening, they had overcome the integration challenges with the essence masks, creating 3 uniquely calibrated magical constructs. Each resembled a delicate silver circlet designed to be worn at the temples, inscribed with runes and symbols from multiple magical traditions and set with crystals attuned to their specific energies. Testing proved promising. When Alphonse, the visiting Redanian court wizard, was invited to identify them by magical signature while they wore the masks, he detected only generic magical abilities rather than their distinctive individual patterns. "Not perfect," Yennefer cautioned as they reviewed the results. "A truly focused examination might penetrate the disguise. But against passive detection or divided attention, they should suffice. Which means we need to strike before the ritual reaches its critical phase," Henrik concluded. "Before Harbinger's attention fully fixes on this world." The final day before their departure was consumed with preparations, gathering specialized equipment, reviewing maps and intelligence reports, and making discreet arrangements for a small support team of trusted individuals who would accompany them to the border region. Captain Marek had volunteered to lead this support group, selecting 5 of his most reliable soldiers for the mission. Though they wouldn't participate directly in confronting the convergence, they would secure escape routes and provide a defensive perimeter against conventional threats, allowing Henrik, Yennefer, and Ciri to focus on the magical and interdimensional aspects of the threat. The evening before their planned departure found the 3 of them in Henrik's townhouse rather than the castle, seeking privacy for final preparations away from potentially curious eyes. The atmosphere was focused but not somber. Each had faced sufficient danger in their lives to approach this mission with determined pragmatism rather than dread. Ciri sat cross-legged on the hearth rug, methodically sharpening her sword with practiced strokes of a whetstone. The silver-streaked steel blade caught the firelight as she worked, her movements precise and almost meditative. Yennefer stood at Henrik's workbench, carefully decanting a series of potions they had prepared earlier, magical concoctions designed to counter specific threats they might encounter. Her raven hair was tied back practically, and she wore a traveling outfit of supple black leather that favored functionality over her usual more dramatic style. Henrik himself was reviewing a set of modified spells he had developed specifically for this confrontation, adaptations of magic from his first life, reconfigured to work with this world's chaotic energy patterns. The parchment before him was covered in annotations and diagrams that would have been incomprehensible to most mages of either world. "We should discuss contingencies," he said eventually, looking up from his notes. "Specifically, what happens if any of us is captured or compromised?" Ciri paused in her sharpening, her expression sober. "You mean if they manage to use one of us in their ritual before the others can stop it?" "Yes," Henrik confirmed. We need to be prepared to take difficult actions if necessary. You mean kill each other? Yennefer said bluntly, setting down the potion vial she'd been handling. Let's not shroud it in euphemism. A tense silence followed her words. None of them wanted to contemplate such scenarios, yet all recognized the necessity of addressing the possibility. I won't be taken alive, Ciri said finally, her voice matter-of-fact rather than dramatic. Not again. Not by anyone. Her fingers unconsciously traced a small scar on her wrist, a reminder of past captivity that she rarely acknowledged. That determination is admirable, Henrik said gently, but may not be practical against the forces we'll face. The Convergence has clearly studied both of us extensively. They'll have countermeasures for our abilities. Henrik's right, Yennefer agreed, moving to join them near the fire. We need protocols, not just individual resolve. If one of us is compromised, the others must be prepared to act decisively, even if that action is terminal. The word hung in the air between them, the reality of what they might be forced to do to prevent a greater catastrophe. I couldn't, Ciri admitted quietly after a long moment, looking between Henrik and Yennefer. Not to either of you. I've lost too many people. She trailed off, uncharacteristically emotional. Yennefer's expression softened as she reached out to touch Ciri's shoulder. Then we ensure it doesn't come to that, she said firmly. We stay together, protect each other. No heroic solo efforts, no sacrificial plays. Agreed, Henrik said, moving to join them by the fire. We're strongest together. Our abilities complement each other in ways the Convergence may not anticipate. The tension eased slightly as they refocused on strategy rather than worst-case scenarios. They spent another hour discussing tactical approaches for different situations they might encounter, from conventional military resistance to complex magical defenses to interdimensional phenomena. Eventually, practical considerations intervened. They needed rest before tomorrow's early departure. Ciri announced her intention to sleep in the study as she had during their previous stay, leaving Henrik and Yennefer exchanging meaningful glances as she departed with exaggerated casualness. She's not subtle, Yennefer remarked once Ciri was out of earshot. Not in this, no, Henrik agreed with a small smile. Though I suspect she means well. An almost awkward silence fell between them, unusual given the comfort they'd developed in each other's company over recent weeks. The prospect of what might be their final night before facing extraordinary danger seemed to have created an unspoken pressure neither was entirely comfortable acknowledging. I should review the potions once more, Yennefer said finally, turning back toward the workbench. Henrik caught her hand gently before she could move away. Yennefer, he said softly. The potions are perfect, as is everything else we've prepared. We've done all we can. She didn't pull away, but he felt the subtle tension in her posture. There's always more that could be done. More precautions, more contingencies. Perhaps, he acknowledged. But at some point, we must trust in our preparation and in each other. He studied her face in the firelight, noting the carefully controlled concern in her violet eyes. What is it you're truly worried about? Yennefer was silent for a long moment, her gaze fixed on their joined hands. When she finally spoke, her voice held a vulnerability she rarely allowed others to witness. I've lived for centuries, Henrik. I've faced death many times, never with particular fear. But now... She looked up, meeting his eyes directly. Now I find myself with unexpected attachments. Things I'm reluctant to lose before they've fully developed. The admission touched Henrik deeply, all the more powerful for coming from someone who guarded her emotions as carefully as Yennefer did. I understand, he said quietly. In my first life, I faced death believing I had nothing left to lose. It made sacrifice easy, almost welcome. This time. He squeezed her hand gently. This time is different. Because of this, Yennefer said, gesturing between them with her free hand. Whatever this is becoming. Yes, Henrik acknowledged. And because of Ciri. Because of the life I've built here that finally feels genuine rather than borrowed. He smiled slightly. It seems I've developed unexpected attachments as well. Something shifted in Yennefer's expression, a softening, a decision made. She moved closer, her free hand rising to rest lightly against his chest. Then perhaps, she said softly, we should acknowledge these attachments properly, before uncertainty claims any more of our time. Henrik studied her face, the proud features softened by firelight, the violet eyes that had seen centuries yet still held capacity for new emotion, new connection. In that moment, he felt the full weight of being twice born, of carrying memories from two complete lives, yet still finding himself capable of surprise, of new feeling. I'd like that, he said simply, and bent to kiss her. What began as gentle exploration quickly deepened into something more urgent, the natural expression of feelings that had been building between them for weeks, now given freedom by the approaching uncertainty of their mission. Yennefer responded with characteristic intensity, her centuries of experience balanced by genuine emotion that made the connection something entirely new for both of them. Later, as they lay together in Henrik's bed, conversation flowed between them with new ease, personal histories shared without reservation, hopes cautiously expressed, possibilities for futures beyond tomorrow's danger tentatively explored. It wasn't just physical intimacy that had changed between them, but a deeper dropping of guards long maintained. Tell me about her, Yennefer said at one point, her head resting on Henrik's chest. Your wife from your first life. The question might have seemed strange from another lover, but from Yennefer, who had lived centuries and understood the complexity of human hearts, it felt natural, an acknowledgement rather than a challenge. Ginny, Henrik said, the name feeling both familiar and distant on his tongue. She was fierce, brilliant, uncompromising when it mattered. A warrior in her own right, though in a different way than Ciri. She loved deeply but never lost herself in that love. She sounds remarkable, Yennefer observed, no jealousy in her tone, only genuine interest. She was, Henrik agreed. We built a good life together. Had children, watched them grow. He smiled at memories both sweet and faded. It was a full life, well lived. Do you miss it? Yennefer asked, her fingers tracing abstract patterns on his skin. That world, that life? Henrik considered the question carefully. I did, intensely, in my early years here. The loss felt overwhelming at times. But gradually it changed. The memories remained, but the active grief faded. He brushed a strand of raven hair from her face. And in recent years, especially these past weeks, I've found myself fully present in this life for perhaps the first time since my rebirth. Yennefer smiled, a genuine expression without her usual sardonic edge. Because of our life-threatening adventures? How romantic! Henrik laughed softly. Partly that, he admitted. But more because of connections formed. With you. With Ciri. Finding people who see me completely, both lives, both selves, and accept that complexity. She propped herself up on one elbow to look at him directly, her expression suddenly serious. Whatever happens tomorrow, Henrik, know that these weeks have been significant to me. More than I expected or perhaps deserve. Nothing about connection is deserved or undeserved, Henrik replied, cupping her cheek gently. It simply is, a gift we choose to accept or reject. Ever the philosopher. Yennefer teased, though her eyes remained serious. Even in moments like this. 2 lifetimes. Henrik reminded her with a smile. Twice the opportunity to develop annoying habits. She laughed then, a warm, genuine sound he had come to treasure for its rarity, and settled back against him. They talked further into the night, eventually drifting to sleep in each other's arms with the comfortable certainty of those who had found something worth protecting, regardless of what dangers tomorrow might bring. They departed Vizima before dawn, a small group moving quietly through the city's eastern gate. Henrik, Yennefer, and Ciri rode at the center, with Captain Marek and his 5 selected soldiers forming a protective perimeter. All were dressed as ordinary travelers rather than representatives of Temeria, a necessary precaution given the diplomatic sensitivity of their mission. The essence masks, the delicate silver circlets they had crafted, were secured safely in padded pouches rather than worn openly. They would don them only when approaching the ritual site, to minimize the chance of the convergence detecting their protective magic prematurely. Ciri had been uncharacteristically quiet that morning, though Henrik had caught her studying him and Yennefer with a perceptive gaze that suggested she was quite aware of the evolution in their relationship. Her only direct comment had been a simple, "Finally," murmured as they prepared the horses, accompanied by a brief but genuine smile. They rode southeast, following less traveled paths through forests and farmland, avoiding main roads where Nilfgaardian patrols or informants might spot them. The journey would take most of the day, placing them near the Vanneran stones by early evening, enough time to assess the situation before the new moon rose near midnight. By midday, they had covered significant distance, the landscape gradually changing as they approached the disputed border region. Forests gave way to rolling hills dotted with ancient monuments, weathered standing stones, burial mounds, and crumbling towers from civilizations predating human settlement. They paused to rest the horses near a small stream, the soldiers establishing a defensive perimeter while Henrik, Yennefer, and Ciri consulted maps and discussed their approach. "The distortion should become visible as we get closer," Yennefer explained, tracing the final portion of their route on the map. "If their preparations are as advanced as we suspect, the effect on the local reality will be noticeable even to non-magical perception." "And to those with magical sensitivity?" Ciri asked. "Potentially disorienting," Henrik replied. "The essence mask should provide some protection, but be prepared for unusual sensory effects. Glimpses of other realities, temporal discontinuities, possibly even manifestations of memory or fear." "Delightful," Ciri muttered, though her expression remained determined rather than apprehensive. "And how will we know when we've reached the point of no return for their ritual?" "The text describes several stages," Yennefer said. "First, the thinning of local reality, which appears to be already underway. Then, a focusing of interdimensional energies through prepared conduits." She glanced meaningfully at Henrik and Ciri. "Finally, the bridgehead establishment, the creation of a stable connection between our world and the void where Harbinger waits. And that's when we need to strike," Henrik concluded. "During the focusing stage, after they've committed their resources but before the bridgehead forms." Captain Marek approached, interrupting their planning. "Riders approaching from the south," he reported tensely. "Nilfgaardian scouts, by the look of their tack." Henrik nodded grimly. "How many?" "Just 3. Likely a routine patrol rather than a targeted search." "Let's not take chances," Henrik decided. "Move everyone into the trees. We'll wait until they've passed." They concealed themselves effectively, the horses kept quiet by Yennefer's subtle calming spell. The Nilfgaardian scouts passed within 50 yards of their position, traveling at an easy trot and showing no indication they suspected anyone's presence in the vicinity. Once the patrol had disappeared over the next rise, the group resumed their journey, now moving with increased caution. By late afternoon, they began to notice the first signs of the reality distortion Henrik had warned about, subtle at first, then increasingly apparent as they drew closer to the Vanneran stones. Colors seemed slightly wrong, with occasional shifts in saturation or hue that had no apparent source. Sounds carried oddly, sometimes delayed or distorted. Most unsettling were the momentary glimpses of, elsewhere, a twisted tree that hadn't been there a moment before and vanished with a second glance, a bird whose wings moved too slowly for natural flight, shadows that fell in directions contradicting the sun's position. "It's time," Henrik said when these effects became impossible to ignore. He removed his essence mask from its protective pouch. "We should activate the masks now." Yennefer and Ciri followed suit, each placing the delicate silver circlet at their temples. Henrik spoke the activation phrase, a complex utterance combining elements from both his world's magical languages, and felt the device come to life against his skin. A subtle humming vibration spread from the contact points, creating a sensation like a thin veil settling over his entire being. "How do you feel?" he asked the others, noting the similar expressions of mild discomfort on their faces. "Like I'm wrapped in invisible gauze," Ciri replied, adjusting the circlet slightly. "Not painful, but definitely noticeable. The magical dampening is working." Yennefer confirmed, her violet eyes slightly unfocused as she assessed the effect. I can still access my abilities, but the signature is muffled somehow. Henrik nodded, experiencing the same sensation. That's what we want. To any magical detection, we should register as ordinary practitioners rather than our unique selves. They continued forward more cautiously now, leaving the horses with two of Marek's men at a secure location about a mile from their target. The remaining group proceeded on foot, using the increasingly uneven terrain for cover as they approached the ancient stone circle. The Vanneran stones came into view as they crested a final ridge, and the sight stopped them in their tracks. The stone circle, 7 massive monoliths arranged around a central altar stone, now stood at the center of a bustling encampment. Nilfgaardian soldiers had established a perimeter of checkpoints and defensive positions around the site, while robed figures moved purposefully within the circle itself. But it was the sky above that commanded immediate attention. Reality itself seemed to bend and fold inward directly over the circle, creating a visible distortion like a whirlpool in the fabric of existence. Through this slowly rotating anomaly, strange lights pulsed and flickered, colors that had no names in any human language, patterns that hurt the eyes if observed too directly. By the gods, Marek whispered, his soldiers' composure momentarily shaken by the unnatural sight. Not gods, Henrik corrected grimly. Something far older, and far less benevolent. Using a spyglass enhanced with magical perception, Yennefer studied the activity within the stone circle. I count at least 12 convergence ritualists, she reported. And yes, there's Magister Taros directing preparations at the central altar. Madame Vex? Ciri asked tensely. Yennefer shook her head. Not visible. But there's another figure, heavily robed and moving oddly. Could be another void vessel prepared to serve the same function. Henrik took the spyglass, focusing on the central activities. The altar stone had been modified with complex magical apparatus, crystalline structures similar to those they'd encountered at the observatory, but larger and more elaborate. Channels had been carved into the earth around the circle, forming intricate patterns that Henrik recognized as dimensional anchoring geometry, designs meant to stabilize connections between realities. They're further along than I hoped, he admitted, lowering the spyglass. The focusing stage is already beginning. We need to move quickly. They retreated slightly to finalize their approach. Given the Nilfgaardian perimeter, a direct assault would be suicidal. Instead, they developed a multifaceted plan leveraging their individual strengths. Captain Marek and his remaining 3 men would create a diversion on the eastern side of the encampment, nothing that would appear to be a major attack, but sufficient to draw attention and resources away from the western approach. Ciri, with her unparalleled mobility, would infiltrate the perimeter during this distraction and eliminate key defensive positions, creating an opening for Henrik and Yennefer to enter. Once inside, they would need to disrupt the ritual itself, destroying the focusing apparatus, neutralizing Magister Taros, and preventing the bridgehead formation at all costs. The Essence Mask should protect Henrik and Ciri from being unwillingly incorporated into the ritual, but they would still need to contend with conventional magical and physical threats from the Convergence adherents. As dusk settled over the landscape, they moved into their initial positions. The distortion above the stone circle had intensified, now resembling a slowly rotating vortex through which occasional glimpses of elsewhere could be seen, twisted landscapes, impossible geometries, and sometimes, disturbingly, something that seemed to be watching back. Remember, Henrik said as they prepared to separate for their assigned tasks. If anything goes wrong, if the ritual progresses too far, destroy the central apparatus at all costs. Everything else is secondary. Yennefer nodded grimly. Including our lives if necessary. Let's hope it doesn't come to that, Ciri said, checking her sword one final time. I've grown rather fond of both of you. The simple statement, delivered with Ciri's characteristic blend of directness and understated emotion, created a moment of connection between the 3 that transcended their tactical planning. Without further words, they clasped hands briefly, a silent acknowledgement of bonds formed and risks accepted, before moving to their positions. The diversion began precisely as planned. Marek and his men created a convincing simulation of a larger force probing the eastern perimeter, using carefully placed noise-generating devices and magical flares provided by Henrik. The response was immediate. Nilfgaardian soldiers redirected to the apparent threat, creating the opening they needed. Ciri moved like a ghost through the gathering darkness, her ability to blink short distances between cover making her virtually undetectable. One by one, she neutralized sentries along the western approach, not killing when avoidable, but ensuring each was incapacitated and unable to raise alarm. When her signal came, 3 quick flashes of a small mirror catching the last light of dusk, Henrik and Yennefer moved forward. They traversed the gap between their hiding place and the outer perimeter in tense silence, every sense alert for detection. The essence mask seemed to be functioning as intended. Despite passing within yards of a robed adherent at one point, they registered no recognition or alarm. The reality distortions intensified as they penetrated deeper into the encampment. The air itself felt wrong, sometimes thick and resistant, other times unnervingly insubstantial. Sounds echoed strangely, and peripheral vision became unreliable, filled with shifting shapes that vanished when looked at directly. They rendezvoused with Ciri at a predetermined point behind a supply tent near the inner circle. She was breathing hard but appeared uninjured, her eyes bright with controlled battle readiness. "The path to the circle is clear," she reported in a whisper. "But something's happening inside. They've accelerated the preparations." Henrik risked a glimpse around the tent's edge. Indeed, activity within the stone's circle had taken on new urgency. The robed adherents now moved in complex patterns around the central altar, chanting in a language that made his ears ache. Above them, the vortex in reality had expanded, its rotation speeding up as it drew more energy from the ritual below. Most concerning was the figure Yennefer had noted earlier, the heavily robed individual who moved with unnatural fluidity. From this closer vantage point, Henrik could see that the figure's face remained completely hidden within the deep hood, and the hands that emerged from voluminous sleeves seemed wrong somehow, the proportions slightly off, the movements too precise. "The void vessel," he murmured. "Not Madame Vex, but serving the same function." "And Taros?" Yennefer asked, trying to locate the Nilfgaardian Magister. "There," Ciri indicated with a subtle gesture. "At the far side of the altar." Magister Taros stood apart from the circling adherents, his blind eyes fixed on the central apparatus as his hands moved in complex patterns, directing the flow of chaotic energy. Even from a distance, Henrik could sense the immense power being channeled, reality itself bending to the Magister's will as the ritual progressed. "We need to move now," Henrik decided, "before the focusing phase completes. Ciri, target Taros. Your speed gives you the best chance of reaching him before he can react. Yennefer, disrupt the adherents and their channeling patterns. I'll destroy the central apparatus." They nodded agreement, tension evident in their postures but determination stronger. Whatever bond had formed between them over recent weeks now manifested as perfect trust in each other's abilities and commitment to their shared purpose. "On my mark," Henrik said, gathering his power for what promised to be an extraordinary magical confrontation. 3, 2, 1, now. They burst into action simultaneously, each executing their role with precision born of both natural ability and recent practice together. Ciri vanished in a flash of emerald light, reappearing instantly beside a startled Taros with her sword already in motion. Yennefer unleashed a wave of chaotic energy that scattered the circling adherents like leaves in a storm, disrupting their carefully maintained formation. Henrik charged directly for the central altar, power building around him like an invisible storm. The Convergence's response was immediate and formidable. Despite their surprise, the cultists were well prepared for interference. Protective wards flared into life around key components of the ritual apparatus, and several adherents redirected their channeling toward defense rather than the ritual itself. Magister Taros, despite Ciri's blindingly fast attack, managed to erect a personal shield that deflected her sword blow at the last possible instant. His blind eyes fixed on her with uncanny precision as he counterattacked with a spell that would have immobilized a less agile opponent. Ciri blinked away from the magical assault, reappearing at a different angle to continue her attack with relentless determination. Yennefer found herself confronting 3 circle leaders simultaneously, each a formidable mage in their own right. She met their combined assault with characteristic intensity, drawing on centuries of magical knowledge to counter their attacks while maintaining offensive pressure. The air around her crackled with competing magical energies, violet light from her chaos manipulation clashing with the cultists' more conventionally structured spellwork. Henrik reached the central altar only to find his path blocked by the mysterious robed figure, the void vessel. Up close, the wrongness of the entity was even more apparent. Though humanoid in general shape, its movements suggested a fundamental disconnection from normal physical laws, as though it were being operated by something that didn't fully understand how bodies should move. "Supreme Mage," it said, its voice a discordant harmony of multiple tones speaking simultaneously. "You honor us with your presence. As was foretold. As is necessary." "Nothing about this is necessary," Henrik replied, power gathering around his hands as he prepared to attack. "And nothing about it will succeed." The entity's head tilted at an uncomfortable angle. "You misunderstand your role. You are not here to prevent, but to enable. Your very essence, twice born, twice lived, is the key that unlocks the pathway." "Then you've miscalculated," Henrik said, gesturing to the essence mask at his temples. "Your key has been reforged." For the first time, the entity showed something like uncertainty. It studied him more intently, reaching out not physically but with some form of perception that Henrik felt as an unpleasant pressure against his mind and magical core. "Clever," it acknowledged after a moment. "A masking construct. But ultimately futile. What you are cannot be hidden from that which waits between. Only delayed." Without further warning, it attacked, not with conventional magic, but with a fundamental distortion of reality in Henrik's immediate vicinity. The air around him seemed to fold and compress, simultaneously pushing inward from all directions while also trying to pull him apart at a molecular level. Henrik countered with a shield spell drawing on both his live's magical traditions, the structured protection of Protego from his first life reinforced with this world's raw chaos manipulation. The competing forces created a localized storm of magical energies, the fabric of reality itself straining as the void vessel pushed harder against his defenses. Across the circle, Ciri continued her assault on Magister Taros, her superhuman speed and spatial manipulation abilities keeping her just ahead of his increasingly desperate magical attacks. She had scored several minor hits, blood now staining the Magister's Nilfgaardian robes, but had yet to land the decisive blow that would take him out of the fight permanently. "You cannot stop what has begun," Taros snarled, his normally composed demeanor cracking under pressure. "The evolution of magic itself is at stake. Is that what you think this is?" Ciri retorted, disappearing and reappearing behind him in a flash of green light. "Evolution? You're nothing but a puppet for something that wants to consume your entire world." Doubt flickered briefly across Taros's face, the first indication that perhaps he wasn't fully aware of what the ritual would truly accomplish. But the moment passed quickly, his fanatical confidence reasserting itself as he launched another devastating magical assault. Yennefer, meanwhile, had managed to neutralize 2 of the 3 circle leaders confronting her, but the effort had taken its toll. Her movements were slower, her magical responses less immediate as exhaustion began to set in. The remaining cultists, sensing advantage, pressed forward with renewed vigor. Above them all, the vortex continued to expand and accelerate, the boundary between this world and the void growing thinner with each passing minute. Despite their intervention, the ritual was progressing, slower than intended perhaps, but still moving toward completion. Henrik realized with growing alarm that their current approach wasn't working. They were holding their own individually, but failing to truly disrupt the ritual's core mechanisms. The focusing phase was nearing completion, after which the bridgehead formation would begin, and once that process started, stopping it might be impossible without catastrophic consequences. "Ciri! Yennefer!" he called out, maintaining his shield against the void vessel's relentless assault. "We need to combine efforts. Target the central apparatus together." "Understanding immediately," both women disengaged from their respective opponents and moved toward Henrik's position. Ciri blinked across the intervening space in a series of rapid jumps, while Yennefer created a path for herself with a devastating wave of telekinetic force that cleared adherents from her way. As they converged on Henrik's position, the three formed a triangle around the central altar, their backs to each other as they faced outward against the rallying convergence forces. The Void Vessel, Magister Taros, and the remaining circle leaders closed in, recognizing the threat to their ritual. "Whatever you're planning, do it quickly," Ciri urged, her sword held ready as cultists approached from multiple directions. "A combined strike," Henrik explained rapidly. "My structured magic, Yennefer's chaos manipulation, your elder blood energy, all focused simultaneously on the apparatus. The conflicting magical signatures should destabilize the entire ritual framework, and possibly tear a hole in reality in the process," Yennefer noted grimly. "The magical backlash will be significant. We'll need to shield ourselves," Henrik acknowledged. "Which means perfect synchronization, all three abilities triggered at precisely the same moment." There was no time to debate or refine the plan. The Void Vessel and Taros were closing in, and above them, the vortex had begun to change character. From a simple distortion to a structured passage, the first stage of bridgehead formation already underway. "On my count," Henrik said, gathering his power for what might be their final effort. 3, 2. Before he could complete the countdown, something unexpected happened. The vortex above them pulsed suddenly, expanding outward in a wave of distortion that momentarily staggered everyone within the stone circle. In that instant of universal disorientation, a new presence manifested directly above the central altar. Madame Vex, or what had once been Madame Vex, hovered in the air, her form simultaneously substantial and translucent. Her eyes were completely black, her skin covered in shifting patterns that resembled the void glimpsed through the vortex. When she spoke, her voice contained the same discordant harmonies as the void vessels, but amplified and more focused. "The time of preparation ends," she announced. "The confluence begins. Harbinger comes to claim what is promised." The declaration sent a wave of renewed fervor through the convergence adherents, while Taros looked up with an expression that mixed triumph with the first hints of uncertainty. "Hierophant," he greeted her, bowing slightly. "You return at the appointed hour, as foretold." "Not Hierophant now," she corrected, her gaze moving across the assembled figures before fixing on Henrik, Yennefer, and Ciri. "Herald." Harbinger's voice. The first of many transformations to come. Her attention focused more specifically on Henrik, her head tilting at an unnatural angle. "Twiceborn," she said, her voice almost curious. "You resist your purpose. You hide your nature." She gestured toward his essence mask. "Such devices cannot conceal what transcends mere physical reality." With a casual gesture, she sent a pulse of energy toward Henrik that struck his essence mask directly. The delicate silver circlet shattered, fragments falling away as the protective enchantments collapsed. Similar pulses destroyed Yennefer's and Ciri's masks simultaneously. "Now you are revealed," Madame Vex, or Harbinger through her, announced with satisfaction. "Now you may serve your true purpose." Henrik felt it immediately, a pulling sensation not just on his body but on something deeper, more fundamental to his existence. The ritual, now accelerating rapidly toward bridgehead formation, was attempting to draw on his unique dual-world nature as a stabilizing element for the interdimensional passage being formed. Beside him, Ciri gasped in pain, clearly experiencing a similar effect as her elder blood abilities were forcibly accessed by the ritual energies. Only Yennefer remained unaffected, though her expression showed clear distress at her companion's suffering. "We need to act now," she urged, supporting Ciri as the younger woman struggled against the ritual's pull. "Whatever we're going to do, it has to be immediately." Henrik fought through the pain and disorientation, focusing his will against the external force attempting to co-opt his very essence. Drawing on occlumency techniques from his first life, he established mental barriers that provided temporary resistance, not enough to break free completely, but sufficient to maintain some agency. The plan doesn't change, he managed through gritted teeth. Combined strike on the central apparatus. But we need to synchronize perfectly, our unique energies working in harmony rather than opposition. I can barely stand, Ciri protested, though her voice reflected determination rather than surrender. How am I supposed to channel elder blood energy precisely? Through me, Yennefer said suddenly. I can act as conduit for both of you, channel your abilities together with mine in a single, focused strike. The suggestion was audacious and dangerous, potentially fatal to Yennefer herself. Acting as a conduit for three distinct magical traditions simultaneously would place extraordinary strain on her body and mind. It's too risky, Henrik objected, still struggling against the ritual's pull. The magical feedback alone could kill you. Do you have a better suggestion? Yennefer challenged, her violet eyes fierce with determination. Because in about 30 seconds that bridgehead will stabilize, and everything we care about will be at risk. She was right, and Henrik knew it. Above them, the vortex had taken on a structured form, a spiraling tunnel extending from their reality into the void between worlds. Through it, something was approaching, a presence so vast and alien that merely sensing its approach made Henrik's mind recoil in primal fear. All right, he conceded. But we do this together, all three of us sharing the risk. Yennefer nodded sharply, then positioned herself between Henrik and Ciri, taking their hands in hers to form a physical connection. Focus your energy through me, she instructed. Don't hold back, but maintain control. Think of it as harmony rather than mere power. Around them, the convergence forces rallied, preparing to prevent their interference. Madame Vex hovered closer, her expression showing the first hints of concern as she recognized their intentions. Stop them, she commanded, her multi-layered voice reverberating through the stone circle. The passage must complete. Harbinger approaches. Taros and the void vessel move to obey, gathering their powers for a decisive strike against the three interlopers. But they had hesitated too long, uncertain how to proceed against enemies that were also key components of their ritual. That moment of hesitation was all Henrik, Yennefer, and Ciri needed. Henrik closed his eyes, focusing entirely on the connection between the three of them. He sensed Ciri doing the same, her elder blood energy, wild, primal, inherently connected to interdimensional travel, flowing into Yennefer. His own unique magic joined it, the dual-world perspective creating patterns and possibilities that neither traditional chaos manipulation nor elder blood could achieve alone. Yennefer stood at the center of this convergence of powers, her centuries of magical experience allowing her to channel and direct energies that would have overwhelmed a lesser sorceress. Her body began to glow with an otherworldly light, not just violet now, but a shifting spectrum that reflected the blended magics flowing through her. Now! She cried, raising their joined hands toward the central apparatus. Their combined power launched forward in a single, perfect strike. Not three separate energies but a new force created through their harmonized abilities. It struck the ritual apparatus with devastating precision, the conflicting magical signatures creating a cascade of disruptive resonance throughout the entire ritual structure. The effect was immediate and catastrophic for the convergence's plans. The crystalline structures shattered, the carved channels in the earth erupted with uncontrolled energy, and the carefully maintained magical currents collapsed into chaotic feedback loops. Most significantly, the forming bridgehead in the sky above began to destabilize, its structured passage deteriorating back into unformed distortion. Madame Vex's scream echoed with multiple voices as she felt her connection to Harbinger weaken. No! She shrieked, her form flickering between solidity and transparency. The passage must hold. The confluence must proceed. In desperation, she launched herself directly at the three mages, her body transforming as she moved, limbs elongating unnaturally, fingers extending into claw-like appendages, her face losing human features entirely as Harbinger's influence manifested more directly through her failing vessel. But her attack never reached its target. As she descended toward them, a silver blur intercepted her, Ciri, moving with extraordinary speed despite her exhaustion, her sword slicing through the transformed body with precision born of years of combat experience. Madame Vex, or what remained of her, collapsed to the earth, her form dissolving not into blood but into a swirling black mist that briefly formed patterns reminiscent of the void before dissipating entirely. The void vessel suffered a similar fate, its physical form unable to maintain coherence as its connection to Harbinger weakened. It collapsed in on itself, the robes falling empty to the ground as whatever had animated them retreated back through the failing interdimensional passage. Only Taros remained a threat, his blind eyes wide with a mixture of rage and disbelief as he witnessed the destruction of his life's work. "You fools!" he shouted, gathering his remaining power for one final, desperate attack. "You've doomed us to stagnation! To magical obsolescence! We've saved you from becoming food for something beyond your comprehension," Henrik replied, maintaining the energy flow through Yennefer even as he addressed the Nilfgaardian Magister. "Your evolution was never the goal, only consumption." Doubt flickered across Taros's face, stronger this time, and lingering longer. For a moment, it seemed he might reconsider, might finally recognize the truth of what he'd been serving. But fanaticism reasserted itself, his features hardening with renewed determination. "Lies!" he snarled, and launched his attack, a concentrated blast of destructive energy aimed directly at Yennefer, recognizing her as the linchpin of their combined effort. Ciri moved without hesitation, placing herself in the path of the attack. Her sword, still vibrating with the energies it had absorbed from Madame Vex, sliced through Taros's spell, deflecting it back toward its caster with amplified force. The Magister had no time to defend himself. His own magic, enhanced by the sword's absorbed energies, struck him with devastating impact. For a moment, he stood frozen in shock, his blind eyes wide with disbelief. Then he collapsed, his body bearing no visible wounds but his consciousness extinguished by the reflected magical backlash. With both Madame Vex and Magister Taros neutralized, the remaining Convergence adherents lost all coordination and purpose. Some fled immediately, disappearing into the night. Others collapsed where they stood, the mental connection to Harbinger that had sustained their fanaticism suddenly severed, leaving them disoriented and lost. Above the stone circle, the vortex continued to destabilize, collapsing inward upon itself as the energies that had maintained it dispersed. Through the shrinking passage, Henrik caught one final glimpse of what waited beyond, a vast intelligence composed of hunger and patient malevolence, now forced to retreat as its access point failed. As the vortex closed completely with a thunderclap of displacing air, Henrik, Yennefer, and Ciri finally released their combined power. The effort had taken an enormous toll on all three. Yennefer, who had borne the brunt of channeling their combined abilities, swayed on her feet before collapsing into Henrik's arms, physically and magically exhausted but still conscious. "Did we succeed?" she asked weakly, her normally vibrant violet eyes dulled with fatigue. "Yes," Henrik assured her, supporting her weight easily as he helped her to a sitting position on the ground. "The bridge had collapsed. Harbinger has been denied entry. For now," Ciri added grimly, sheathing her sword with hands that trembled slightly from exertion. "That thing, it's still out there. Between worlds. Waiting." Henrik couldn't deny the truth of her observation. They had prevented this attempt at manifestation, but Harbinger itself remained, an eternal patient predator existing in the spaces between realities. And while the Convergence had been dealt a significant blow with the loss of their leadership, cultists remained scattered across the continent and beyond, potentially ready to attempt the ritual again when circumstances allowed. "One crisis at a time," Henrik said, brushing a strand of raven hair from Yennefer's exhausted face. "We've won today. Tomorrow's threats will wait for tomorrow." Captain Marek and his men emerged from the perimeter, having successfully neutralized the remaining Nilfgaardian guards during the chaos of the ritual's collapse. They approached cautiously, weapons still ready but expressions showing relief at finding their charges alive. "The area is secure," Marek reported. "Though I suggest we withdraw quickly. The magical display was visible for miles. Reinforcements will likely investigate soon." Henrik nodded agreement. "Gather whatever documentation you can find," he instructed. Ritual designs, correspondence, anything that might help us understand the Convergence's wider organization. As Marek's men moved to comply, Henrik turned his attention back to his companions. Yennefer was recovering slowly, her extraordinary resilience allowing her to regain strength faster than an ordinary mage would. Ciri, though physically drained, appeared more emotionally affected than physically injured, the encounter with Harbinger's essence having clearly disturbed her on a fundamental level. "Are you all right?" he asked her gently. Ciri's gaze remained fixed on the sky where the vortex had been. "I felt it," she said quietly. "When our powers combined through Yennefer. I felt what that thing truly is. What it wants." She shuddered visibly. "It's ancient. Patient. And it knows us now, all three of us, in ways I can't fully explain." "I felt it too," Yennefer confirmed, her voice steadier as her strength returned. "A consciousness so alien it barely registers beings like us as individual entities. More like patterns of energy to be consumed. Possibilities to be absorbed." Henrik nodded soberly. "In my first life, I encountered entities that fed on human emotions, happiness, specifically, leaving only despair behind. Harbinger seems similar in concept but vastly greater in scope, feeding not just on emotions but on entire realities and their potential futures. A cosmic parasite," Ciri summarized grimly. "Precisely," Henrik agreed. "And like any parasite, it will seek new hosts when denied its first choice. We've won a battle, not the war." "Always the optimist," Yennefer remarked with a weak smile, though her eyes reflected understanding of the gravity of their situation. Within the hour, they were ready to depart. Marek's men had gathered significant documentation from the ritual site, and the few surviving cultists who hadn't fled had been secured for later questioning. The Nilfgaardian soldiers, finding themselves leaderless and confronted with the disturbing reality of what they'd been guarding, offered no further resistance, most simply abandoning their posts once the ritual collapsed. As they prepared to return to their horses, Henrik found himself standing with Yennefer and Ciri at the center of the ancient stone circle, contemplating what they had experienced and overcome together. "What happens now?" Ciri asked, looking between them. "With the Convergence weakened but not eliminated? With Nilfgaard certain to retaliate for our interference? With us?" The question encompassed far more than immediate tactical concerns. It addressed the fundamental reality of what had developed between the three of them over recent weeks, a connection that transcended mere alliance or friendship, becoming something more complex and profound. "No," Henrik said thoughtfully. "We continue what we've begun. We track the remaining Convergence cells. We prepare for Harbinger's next attempt, which will come eventually. We deal with Nilfgaard's political maneuvers as they arise." "Together?" Yennefer asked, her violet eyes studying him intently. "Together," Henrik confirmed without hesitation. "If you both wish it." Ciri's expression softened slightly, something almost like hope flickering across features usually guarded by hard-won caution. "I've spent years running," she said quietly. "Moving between worlds, never staying anywhere long enough to form attachments." She glanced between Henrik and Yennefer. "It might be time to try something different." "Vizima has adequate accommodations," Yennefer observed with carefully casual tone, though her eyes revealed deeper emotion. "And Foltest seems remarkably tolerant of magical eccentricity, given his continued employment of Henrik." Henrik smiled, recognizing the offer beneath Yennefer's sardonic phrasing. "My townhouse has ample room," he pointed out. "And the library could certainly benefit from both your perspectives on magical theory." It wasn't quite a declaration of family formation. All three carried too many complexities and uncertainties for such straightforward arrangements. But it was an acknowledgement of something important taking shape between them, a willingness to explore connection rather than defaulting to solitary paths. "We should leave," Marek called from the perimeter, interrupting the moment. Dust on the horizon to the south, likely reinforcements approaching. Reality reasserted itself with practical urgency. They departed quickly, making their way back to their horses and beginning the journey toward Temerian territory before Nilfgaardian reinforcements could arrive. The return trip would be more dangerous than their approach. They would be pursued once the situation at the Vanarin Stones was discovered, and they were all significantly depleted from the magical confrontation. Yet despite these challenges, Henrik felt a profound sense of contentment as they rode north under the stars. In 2 lifetimes he had learned that true victory rarely came in the form of permanent resolution. Evil was seldom vanquished forever, threats rarely disappeared completely. What mattered was finding the strength to face each challenge as it arose, preferably not alone but alongside those who shared your values and complemented your abilities. In Yennefer Ciri, he had found exactly that, companions whose unique perspectives and extraordinary capabilities matched his own, creating something greater than any could achieve individually. Whatever threats still awaited them, from Harbinger's patient malevolence to Nilfgaard's imperial ambitions to the Convergence's remaining adherents, they would face together. As the first light of dawn touched the eastern horizon, Henrik glanced at his companions riding beside him. Yennefer caught his gaze and smiled, a genuine expression without her usual sardonic edge. Ciri, noticing the exchange, rolled her eyes in mock exasperation, though her own lips curved upwards slightly. In that moment, Henrik felt the full weight and wonder of being twice born, of carrying memories from 2 complete lives across the boundaries between worlds. But rather than the burden it had often seemed, now it felt like preparation, necessary experience that had shaped him into someone capable of standing at this precise intersection of realities, alongside these specific companions, against threats that transcended single worlds. Whatever came next, and with Harbinger still waiting in the void between realities, something certainly would. They would face it as they had faced this first confrontation. Together, their unique abilities harmonized into something greater than the sum of their parts. Not just allies or friends, but something new and profound that had no simple name, but existed nonetheless. 3 exceptional individuals with extraordinary pasts, now sharing a common future. 3 threads of destiny, once separate, now woven together into a pattern strong enough to withstand even cosmic threats. 3 hearts converging. Epilogue. Vizima basked in late summer sunshine, the city's white stone buildings gleaming against a perfect blue sky. From the balcony of Henrik's townhouse, the view extended across rooftops to the royal castle and the lake beyond, where small fishing boats dotted the sparkling water. 3 months had passed since the confrontation at the Vanarin Stones. 3 months of healing, planning, and adjustment to new realities both political and personal. Nilfgaard had formally protested Temeria's unprovoked aggression in the border region, but with evidence of the Convergence's activities made public by Foltest's diplomats, their accusations had gained little traction among other northern kingdoms. The Convergence itself had gone underground, its surviving members scattered and disorganized following the deaths of Madame Vex and Magister Taros. Occasional reports still reached Vizima of isolated cultist activities, but nothing approaching the coordinated effort they had disrupted at the Stone's Circle. Of Harbinger there had been no further sign, no dimensional distortions, no attempts at communication through magical artifacts. Yet all 3 occupants of the townhouse knew the entity remained, patient and eternal, waiting for another opportunity to breach the barriers between worlds. Henrik leaned against the balcony railing, a cup of tea cooling beside him as he enjoyed the simple pleasure of peaceful morning sunshine. Inside, he could hear Ciri and Yennefer in animated discussion about a complex theoretical problem involving elder blood abilities and their potential applications in protective warding. The past months had seen their unusual household settle into surprisingly comfortable rhythms. Ciri, after years of constant movement between worlds, had adapted to a more settled existence with remarkable ease, though she still disappeared occasionally for days at a time, returning with stories of other realities that fascinated both Henrik and Yennefer. Yennefer had established a magical research partnership with Henrik that extended beyond their personal relationship, their complementary approaches to magical theory producing innovations that had drawn attention, not all of it welcome, from mages across the continent. Their relationship had deepened in ways neither had fully anticipated, each finding in the other a rare combination of intellectual equal, magical collaborator, and emotional companion. And Henrik himself had finally, fully embraced this second life, no longer viewing it as an unexpected epilogue to his first existence, but as a genuine opportunity for new connections and purposes. His role as court mage continued, but with renewed engagement and creativity that had earned Foltest's increased trust and support. Most significant was what had developed between the three of them collectively, a bond that transcended conventional definitions of family or alliance. Their shared experiences facing cosmic threats had created a connection that none had anticipated but all now treasured. Different in nature than anything Henrik had known in his first life, yet equally meaningful. The sound of the balcony door opening pulled Henrik from his reflections. Yennefer joined him at the railing, her raven hair loose around her shoulders and her expression relaxed in a way few outside their household ever witnessed. "Deep thoughts?" she inquired, noting his contemplative expression. Henrik smiled. "Appreciative ones," he corrected. "About unexpected second chances and where they lead." Yennefer followed his gaze across the city. "To magical disasters, interdimensional entities, and political complications?" she suggested with dry humor. "Among other things," he agreed, reaching for her hand. "Though I find the company along the way makes those challenges considerably more worthwhile." Before she could respond, Ciri emerged onto the balcony as well, a heavy tome tucked under one arm and determination written across her features. "I need both your perspectives on something," she announced without preamble. "I think I've found a way to create a warning system for interdimensional breaches, something that would alert us before another entity like Harbinger could establish a bridgehead." Henrik and Yennefer exchanged amused glances at her characteristic directness, but their interest was genuine as they followed her back inside to examine her discovery. This was the pattern their lives had established: moments of peace interrupted by urgent magical research, theoretical discussions evolving into practical applications designed to protect not just themselves but the wider world. As the day progressed into another session of collaborative magical innovation, Henrik found himself reflecting on the strange path that had led him to this precise moment. From Harry Potter to Henrik of Vizima, from the boy who lived to the twice-born mage, from one world to another with memories intact, a journey no one could have predicted or planned. Yet somehow, against all probability, it had led him exactly where he needed to be, alongside a fierce young woman with elder blood and a complex sorceress with violet eyes, facing threats that transcended single worlds while building connections that transcended simple definitions. Not the life he had expected when he awoke in this world with memories of another intact. But perhaps, he thought as he watched Ciri and Yennefer debate magical theory with equal parts brilliance and stubbornness, precisely the life he was meant to find. A second chance, in every sense that mattered. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.